Chapter 977. The successful hereditary succession meant that there was a new vassal king in the Liang dynasty. Other than the coronation of the crown prince and the ascension of the new emperor, there was nothing more important than this. Moreover, this new vassal king was the king of Beiliang. Not only Liangju, but Yuling and Liangju were also decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The atmosphere was almost crazy. It was even more grand than the lantern market during the Lantern Festival to curry favor with the new king. In particular, those tyrannical families were secretly competing with each other to see which family had the largest number of lanterns. It was as if whoever dared to put up fewer lanterns would be exposed the next day and then dragged out to be beheaded. The result of the constant competition was that there were more and more festive red lanterns hanging in the house that didn't lack money. There were so many that people's eyes turned red and they felt sick of it. The prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang didn't have much of a fuss. The lanterns were added at the last minute, but it was much simpler than in previous years. However, the stewards and servants of the mansion were all happy and walked a little more briskly. These people were naturally happy. Who didn't want the new master of the mansion to be successful? When one person achieves the Tao, all his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. If the new king of the prince's mansion couldn't control Beiliang, it would become a situation where the guests bullied the masters. Everyone in the prince's mansion wouldn't have any good days. After the father and son of the Shu family returned to Liangju from the border, they could often see the young master, who was now called Prince Liang, walking around the mansion with the general. The sharp-eyed and attentive people secretly counted on their fingers to see which of the two future princesses accompanied the father and son more times. Later, they simply didn't care about it because the number of times the Lu family woman of Qingju visited could be counted on one's fingers. Wang Dongxiang lost to that female literary master too many times. However, from time to time, they would bump into the daughter of the Lu family helping second commandery princess push the wheelchair. But when comparing the two, how could the people in the mansion not know which was more important? Moreover, in their hearts, they didn't like the woman of the Lu family who lived in seclusion. She stank of money. Didn't she rely on her family's wealth to luckily enter the prince's mansion? Back then, Lin Quan was just a pawn who carried the flag. Everything he had was given to the Lu family by the general out of charity. Mount Qingliang had sent clever maidservants to serve the two young women. For a long time, the maidservants who worked in Wang Dongxiang's courtyard looked down on the maidservants in Lu Chengyan's courtyard. The maidservants of the prince's mansion in Lu courtyard had internal strife and began to look askance at the maidservants who were outsiders brought into the mansion by the Lu family. Since ancient times, when there were many women, everywhere would become muddy water. It had been less than half a day since they returned from the border. Today, the two generations of the Shu family, except for Huang Man who was practicing martial arts, were all gathered in the pavilion on Tidehark Lake to rest. Compared to before, there were more Wang Chudong and Lu Chengyang, the two future daughters-in-law who were about to marry into the Shu family. In addition, there was also Shu Weixiong, who was in a wheelchair, and Shu Longxiang was missing. With the decline of one party and the rise of the other, there was a bit of a yin overabundance and a yang decline. However, it could be seen that Xu Xiao's complexion was excellent. He was in high spirits, presumably because he was satisfied with both of his daughters-in-law. One of them was famous for her talent, while the other was born with a sense of propriety. Most importantly, the two women didn't show any signs of jealousy. This was because one didn't understand anything, while the other was too smart to do anything. With them guarding the inner residence, there wouldn't be any trouble, and it wouldn't be difficult for an upright official to distinguish right from wrong. Xu Xiao, who had deviated from the orthodoxy and removed his identity as Prince Liang without authorization, leaned lazily against the red pillar of the pavilion. He listened to Hsu Fengnian and Master Wang's conversation. Their witty banter made the old man laugh incessantly. When the little girl from the Wang family said, "How many worries can a gentleman have?" Hsu Fengnian added, "It seems like he lacks money to buy the green ant wine." Wang Chudong smiled and his eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. When he asked, suddenly looking back, Hsu Fengnian replied, "That fellow is climbing a tree." The female literary prodigy said, "His belt is gradually loosening, but he still doesn't regret it." The young man, who had already become the most powerful vassal of Liang, smiled and said, "Go fetch a vat of water for the widow." The woman sitting quietly in the wheelchair, who was even more literary prodigy than Wang Chudong, also had a subtle and warm smile on her face. Lu Chengyang, who had been carefully nurtured by the aristocratic family, smiled without showing her teeth. When she couldn't help it, she would raise her hand to cover it. However, even a person with poor eyesight could tell where Wang Chudong was. He naturally stood close to Xu Xiao and Hsu Fengnian. Lu Chengyang, on the other hand, could only side with second commandery princess, who was in charge of the Hanlin Academy of Red Women. Xu Xiao smiled and said, "Nian send Chengyang out. I'll talk to your sister and Chudong." Hsu Fengnian nodded and walked out of the pavilion with Lu Chengyang, who stood up. However, they didn't speak on the way to the courtyard. Lu Chengyang pursed her lips and followed behind him. When they turned around at the entrance of the courtyard, she was already smiling at him. Hsu Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he chuckled and said, "Remember to go out and relax more. It's not good to always be cooped up at home. Beiliang's scenery isn't as beautiful as Jiangnan's, but the north also has its own unique scenery. It'll be a pity if you don't ride a horse and see it yourself. I should be accompanying you, but I'm tied up with work right now and can't be lazy. Furthermore, I'll have to go out very soon to clean up the mess caused by the 200,000 refugees. If you're still in the mood when I come back, I'll take you to Mount Wudang." Lu Chengyan's eyes became charming after her heartfelt joy. She had just blurted out the word Feng when she quickly swallowed back the word Nian that was supposed to follow. She said softly, "King of Beiliang, you don't have to be so polite." Hsu Fengnian made a gesture as if he was going to knock her on the forehead. He said with a helpless expression, "Tell me honestly, who's more polite?" Lu Chengyang curled the corners of her mouth. Hsu Fengnian smiled and turned around. When he turned around again, he saw her standing at the door with her hands twisted in her sleeves. He waved at her and then left. Hsu Fengnian didn't see Xu Xiao at Tide Listening Lake, so he walked towards the mausoleum of Wang Fei, which had always been cold and cheerless. He walked quietly into the mausoleum that was said to be more solemn than the vassal king's. He reached out his hand and drew across the stone statues with solemn postures. At the end of the mausoleum, there was a hunchbacked old man sitting in front of a tombstone. There were very few ancient trees in the mausoleum. It was rumored in Beiliang that it was because the sword aura of the sword fairy's mother was too strong. Even after she passed away, she still had the vigorous aura of a sword fairy. Therefore, there weren't many ancient trees left in the mausoleum of Wang Fei. When Hsu Fengnian was young, he heard that after becoming an immortal, he could cast beans to form soldiers and even bring people back to life. During that period of time, he read through almost all the ancient texts of Buddhism and Taoism in the Tide Listening Pavilion. Afterwards, he was scolded badly by his master, Li Yishan, who had never believed in ghosts and gods. It seemed that even if he wanted to be scolded, no one would scold him anymore. In the future, no one would dare to scold him, the king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian. Xu Xiao heard the footsteps and said with a smile, "You're here." He didn't say anything else. At this moment, the family of three was here. He was standing, Xu Xiao was sitting, and the king of Beiliang was lying down. Hsu Fengnian didn't show any grief. He only stood silently in front of the tombstone. It was early spring, and the branches of the ancient trees were light yellow and light green. Hsu Fengnian walked under the tree and reached out to pluck a leaf. He played the ballad of the spring goddess that his mother had taught him when he was young. If he hummed the lyrics, then the general meaning was that a country girl left home and went down the mountain. She met a man she liked and they grew old together. The hunchbacked old man closed his eyes and listened to the little tune that he couldn't be more familiar with. One of his hands leisurely tapped the beat on his knee. After the little ballad, father and son silently walked out of the mausoleum. Xu Xiao suddenly said, "Nian you can let Huang Manor go home now." Hsu Fengnian bit his lip. He stopped and quickly followed, nodding his head. In Great Peace City, there was still the lingering charm of the Lantern Festival. The streets were full of people. In the palace, after the head eunuch Han Shengxian suddenly died in the royal palace, Song Tonglu of the Great Martin Temple took over as the head eunuch of the Great Martin Temple. He was so young that it was frightening. In the first year of the auspicious talisman, the Great Martin Temple's Song Tonglu of the Great Martin Temple had all come from him. It was watertight. Originally, he had very good relations with the people of the 12 directorates. After he resigned from the Internal Officials Directorate, he focused on handling the duties of the head eunuch of the Ceremony Directorate. He gradually distanced himself from many of the old eunuchs who had worked their way up to the title of Mink Temple. As a result, Song Tonglu didn't even go to the master who had given him his name. Since he had entered the palace and become a eunuch, he had to respect his master far more than his father. This was an unshakable rule. The reputation that Song Tonglu had worked so hard to build was like water in a copper hourglass. Drip, 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 drip. There would be a day when it would run out. However, Song Tonglu, who seemed extremely intelligent, did not care. Today, he carefully followed the father and son to the tall building. The Imperial Observatory was a place where prophecies would be passed down every few years. These prophecies were all solemnly written on gold talisman paper and placed in an ancient yellow box that had been passed down by the Zhao family for 100 years. In the end, it was given to the emperor after he had bathed and changed his clothes. After he finished reading it, the emperor had to personally burn it to ashes. Chapter 978. After Song Tonglu became the head eunuch, 2 hours ago was the first time in his life that he brought back a clay box from the imperial astronomer. After that, the emperor rushed to the imperial astronomer expressionlessly. However, Song Tonglu, who had been serving the emperor for many years, knew that ever since he saw the emperor, he had never clearly sensed that the emperor was so happy. When they went to the tall building this time, the emperor called for His Highness the Crown Prince. Outside the building, there was a group of people of varying heights, old and young. After the death of the old eunuch, the one who took over the imperial astronomer was not the prestigious Lord Chehu, but a young child. In the past, the old eunuch had nicknamed him Little Bookshelf. Everyone inside and outside the imperial astronomer had followed suit and called him Little Bookshelf, forgetting the child's original name. Other than the eunuch, who was supposed to be at the age of a private school, and the highly respected Chehu Song Yujing, there was also a new nobleman in the capital, the Prince of Qingcheng, Wu Lingsu, who wore a purple Taoist robe. Now, this prince with a different surname, other than Xu Xiao, was the Taoist leader of the northern Taoist sects. Like Zhao Danping, he was also a Taoist minister. No one dared to laugh at him for being a prince with a different surname. Especially when Li Yang carried out a large-scale extermination of Buddhism, the northern Buddhist sects experienced a catastrophe. Wu Lingsu did not disappoint the emperor. He personally went to the 2 Zen temples and pasted the talisman that sealed off the mountain on the main gate. The survival of the tens of thousands of temples in the north was in Wu Lingsu's hands. Even though the 2 Taoist masters of Mount Longhu had ascended, Wu Lingsu was still aggressive in dealing with the Guangling Taoist and Buddhist temples that bordered the north and south. Mount Longhu could only retreat step by step. Under the gaze of everyone in the world, the nobleman of the Taoist master residence, who shared the same surname as the emperor, was extremely dejected. However, when he saw the emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, he still respectfully knelt down. The other members of the imperial astronomer originally followed the usual practice of standing and bowing with their hands clasped in front. However, when they saw the emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, they could only kneel down and kowtow to the emperor. Only the little supervisor did not bend his knees. The emperor of the Zhao family was not angry. Instead, he was very happy. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan even quickly walked up and pinched the child's cheeks. The supervisor, who was nicknamed the Little Bookcase, was somewhat annoyed. Seeing this, the emperor laughed heartily. After retracting his smile, he entered the building first. When they arrived at the heaven-connecting platform on the top floor, Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan strolled around in front of the bookcase that required a ladder to reach the books above. Wu Lingsu and Song Yujing carefully accompanied him. However, His Highness the Crown Prince was famous in Great Peace City for being easygoing and good-natured, so Wu Lingsu and Song Yujing were not too reserved. When the Crown Prince joked that he liked daughters more, he asked Wu Lingsu, who had once used her bedroom techniques to flatter the officials in the capital, if there was a way for the first child to be a daughter instead of a son. This left the Prince of Qingcheng tongue-tied. He didn't know how to answer. The old-fashioned Song Yujing smiled knowingly. She thought that His Highness the Crown Prince truly had the heart of a child. It was not easy to have such an heir. Outside the building, there was a star-picking path made of 81 pieces of white marble. It abruptly extended 60 feet from the building. The Emperor of the Zhao family and the little supervisor were walking in front of each other on the spotlessly white beam of heaven and earth. The spirited child seemed to have no fear of this middle-aged man sitting in the dragon chair. The Emperor did not mind this small matter at all. There were too many people in the world who were willing to be his cows, horses, or dogs. Having one or two people who were not afraid of him and did not pose any threat to him was not a bad thing but a good thing. There were people in the world who were not afraid of him at all. The nearby ones were the little bookcase. As for the distant ones, not to mention the Beimang barbarians, the Liang court, and the common people, they could be counted with one hand. Among the numbers, there was only one person who could make him afraid. And this guy was about to die. How could he not want to laugh? He held his belly and laughed. The Emperor of the Zhao family pointed to the northwest of the dynasty and then withdrew his clenched fist. He bent over and held his belly, but he suppressed his laughter and looked straight at the roof of a hall. There, 3 people had once drunk wine and talked about heroes. Together, they had created the great hegemony of the Liang dynasty. In the end, they all died. It was good that they died. If the oldest one did not die, he would not be able to ascend the throne. That bald donkey died at the Iron Gate. It was a worthy death, but it was a pity. The last one who was about to lie in the coffin chose to watch coldly when the princes fought for the throne. This made the Emperor of the Zhao family even more resentful. In his opinion, this old guy died too late. The Emperor of the Zhao family turned around and touched Jian Zheng's head. He smiled and asked, "Little bookcase, do you think it is more appropriate to give him a good title or an evil one?" One was safe, the other was appropriate. Accompanying the Emperor was like accompanying a tiger. If it were those old foxes who had spent most of their lives in court trying to figure out the Emperor's heart, they would immediately be able to understand the true meaning of the Emperor's words. However, the little bookcase said, Grandpa Jian Zheng said before his death that once the new calendar of the imperial astronomer came out, we robbed the white-robed monk of the 2 Zen temple's almanac. Whether the king of Beiliang is given an evil title or an evil one is no longer relevant to the big picture. I feel that since the sages said that a gentleman has the beauty to help others, giving him an evil title is also fine. But Uncle Emperor, what does robbing mean? In the end, the Zhao family's son of heaven revealed a warm smile. He muttered to himself, and then he raised his voice, saying with a laugh, "Robbing? It was your grandpa Jian Zheng's old enemy, Huang Longsha, who said it first. I think it's similar to robbing in Go." "Right, little bookcase, Zhen heard that you are skilled at Go. When will you compete with Zhen on the Go board?" The little bookcase thought and then said with a bright smile, "Grandpa Jian Zheng taught me the 5 moves of attacking, defending, ending, and turning the tables. I know the first 4, but I don't know how to turn the tables. However, Grandpa Jian Zheng said that there is no rush. When I understand, I can call old Huang to come to Great Peace City to discuss." Grandpa Jian Zheng also said that if we want Huang Sanjiao to lose one of his jades, only 2 people have a chance. I am one of them. Looking at the child pointing at himself innocently, the Emperor of the Zhao family was very happy. He took off a jade pendant at his waist that could be called priceless. He smiled and said, "Then Zhen will not seek humiliation. This jade pendant is for you, and it is fine to give it to someone else." Haha, Zhen's Li Yang really does have many talents. Huang Longsha, this madman, should have no one to rely on and die without a grave. The little bookcase laughed and held the jade pendant with both hands. "Then I have seen a palace attendant Jejie. I liked her at first glance. If I see her again, I will give this jade pendant to her." The Li Yangming emperor who had won the title of the previous emperors through his diligence smiled. He nodded and said, "Uncle Emperor is telling you, the jade pendant has to be given to her when you grow up. Then you will have a wife. Don't worry, Jin will first find that palace attendant for you and keep her for you. The little bookcase pecked like a chicken and nodded vigorously. With the spring breeze caressing his face, the son of the Zhao family turned around and walked towards the attic with a cold smile on his face. According to the law of Li Yang, posthumous titles were bestowed. Beautiful posthumous titles were divided into civil and military officials, with characters at the beginning, and then the character Zheng at the beginning, followed by the characters Zhen, Zhong, Duan, Kang, Yi, and so on. The posthumous titles of military officials were on the lower side. The number of characters was also fewer, but they were still divided into 18 ranks. Therefore, there were two sayings: scholars should be bestowed 24 titles and men of character should be bestowed 18 titles. In the past few years, most of the court officials who died were civil officials. Although these old people were not so exaggerated as to receive posthumous titles such as Zheng, Jin, Zhong, and Duan, but in the eyes of the world, they could not escape the title of Zheng, Zhen, Zhong, and Duan. For example, the two masters of the Song family, as well as the leader of the Green Party who had experienced 3 dynasties, Shongzhu Guo Lu Fei Kai, were among the posthumous titles. Unfortunately, these fellows' integrity could not be preserved in their later years. Although they were among the 24, their posthumous titles were extremely low. On the contrary, the Lu family, whose family's prestige was far inferior to the Song family's Gangnam-do Ling Lang and Man of Jade, had the highest chance of obtaining 2 of these great posthumous titles. Xu Xiao. Zhen will not give you any evil posthumous titles, but you have long been stripped of your title of Da Zhu Guo. Therefore, as a military official, you can forget about receiving a civil posthumous title. Moreover, as a military official, Zhen will generously give you the lowest rank of Wu Li. After you die, no matter how timid the fence-sitter is, they will use their mocking laughter to send Xu Xiao off for the last time. That night, the prince's mansion of Mount Qing Liang, who was used to the old Prince Liang's tiredness, did not have any abnormalities. They even felt that when they woke up tomorrow, they might be able to see the old man and the young Prince Liang strolling together in the distance. Chapter 979. In the inner room of Xu Xiao's small courtyard, Xu Weixiong's wheelchair was close to the door. Her hands were placed on her lap, tightly clenched. Xu Longxiang, who had hurried back home, stood at the head of the bed with red eyes, her head bowed. Looking from outside the door, she could only see the back of a person sitting by the bed. The old man lying on the bed tried his best to suppress his coughs and said slowly, "Dad knows you don't like this Xu Xiao who only knows how to prattle and reason. Yes, your dad is very good at using swords and spears. I'm not a person who preaches reason without permission, and I don't like it either. All these years, I've been a rough man who beats whoever scolds me. I'm an old man who stands on the left and right of the throne room with a saber, depending on my mood. But Nyan if I don't say these things and finish my words, I won't be at ease. Remember, since you're the king of Beiliang, you have to be able to listen to what you don't want to hear. You have to be able to tolerate people you don't like. The same rice feeds different kinds of people, and everyone has their own difficulties, so they have their own love, hate, and temper. Especially those who don't remember the good of others. Most of the time, you have to endure it. Who asked you to be the king of Beiliang? You don't have to lose to anyone, but you have to take care of the overall situation. I've been the great general and king of Beiliang for so many years, but I also have a lot of grievances that I can't tell anyone. I remember that year when I took a group of old brothers out of Jinju to Liao, we were miserably harmed by a powerful military officer in Liang. Many of our brothers died. In a fit of anger, I took more than 40 brothers who didn't die and went to his house. Of course, we didn't go there to eat and drink, but to kill his entire family. We tied them up and dragged them into the courtyard. Do you know what happened after that? That guy's name was Cai Qinghe. Now, there was definitely no one who remembered him. Cai Qinghe was unscrupulous in climbing up the officialdom. This guy was cold-blooded and ruthless when he was scheming against others. He agreed that the two armies would advance and retreat together, but in the end, he watched as my 800 people fought against 2,000 enemies without bringing his 1,000 people into the battlefield. After that, he even brought a message to me, saying that he would rather not have military merits than let me, Xu Xiao, take the position. Such a formidable person, before he died, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to me, saying that as long as I let his wife and children go, he was willing to die and commit suicide. He was not afraid of being cut into pieces. In the end, of course, I didn't agree to his request. His entire family of more than 30 people, old and young, were all killed in front of him. That's because I, Xu Xiao, still had more than 40 brothers standing behind me. Moreover, if I didn't do that, there was bound to be a second Wang Qinghe and a third Song Qinghe who would jump out and harm me. I, Xu Xiao, may not be afraid of death, but I'm afraid of my brothers dying for me. Fighting for the country? Fighting for the country requires people to die. Many people have died. As long as I, Xu Xiao, am alive, I owe it to those old brothers who died long ago. When did father become afraid of death? It was after I married your mother. In father's world, it was much easier to die than to live. Those who were afraid of death might not necessarily be able to avoid death, but those who weren't afraid of death would definitely die. Father had seen too many people die like this. Moreover, many of them died in father's hands. But the older father got, the more I didn't dare to kill people. Father told himself that even if he didn't care about himself, he had to accumulate virtue and fortune for his 4 children. Wasn't this the reason? No matter how uncouth father was, he also knew that as a parent under the heavens, there was no reason for him to leave anything good for himself. When father was young, he wasn't sensible. He was much more sensible than you were when you were young. He only knew how to muddle along, thinking about the outside world all day long. He wished he could leave home thousands of miles away. How could he think about any home? After the 2 elders left, he didn't feel that he had a home. When he left Liao, he told himself that even if he were to die, he would die in glory outside. He would rather die than return to that small place. Later, he met your mother. After tricking your mother into the family, he felt that wherever she was, that was where my home was. Later, when you guys were born and she left, he felt that wherever you guys were, that was where my home was. Our family was different from many other families. In our family, it was the other way around. Your mother always played the role of the good cop and played the role of the bad guy. As for father, he protected the few of you. Your mother rarely got angry. There was once when father and mother weren't by your side. When father and mother bullied you, you should fight back. If you couldn't beat them, you should use stones to smash them. If you could pick up a knife, you should use a knife to chop them. Your mother got angry. At first, father felt that it was reasonable. My son was such a kind-hearted child. Who would dare to bully him? How could I not let him lie in bed? My son let other people's sons lie in bed. As his father, Xu Xiao, let his father lie in bed together. This was the principle of the old Xu family. After your mother got angry, she calmly told me that it wasn't that she couldn't bear for others to bully Xiaonian. It was just that Xiaonian was destined to not be a child of an ordinary family. If he developed a fierce and perverse character, he would never know how to be kind to others. He wouldn't know that suffering losses was a blessing. In the end, the one who would suffer the most would definitely be her own child. She even said that Xu Xiao would die of old age one day. At that time, no one would be able to protect Xiaonian. Your mother passed away early. Father, who was the most unruly person, couldn't teach you anything. However, I firmly remembered your mother's words. Spoiling a child is equivalent to killing a child. Nyan those few times when I got angry at you, it wasn't because I blamed you. It was because I didn't fulfill my duty as a father well. In the past, you were always unwilling to call me father. I really wasn't angry. Every time you hit me with a broom, every time you hit me, it hurt more and more. I knew then that father was old and you had grown up. This was a great thing. The old man's words were intermittent. They were always interrupted by heavy breathing and difficult coughs. That young figure didn't say anything. He only held the hands of the old man on the bed with both hands. This old man who had never shed tears in front of any of his children, this old martial artist who had been cursed by all levels of society as a butcher, finally couldn't stop his tears from flowing today. Even if the old man wanted to wipe them away, his essence, energy, and spirit had long dried up like oil in a lamp. He also didn't have the strength to raise his hand. Meanwhile, That young man whose expression couldn't even be seen by his older sister and younger brother didn't even dare to stretch out a hand to help the old man wipe away his tears. He was scared that once he let go, the old man really would leave. Being called a loner after becoming an emperor is because there is a difference between the monarch and his subjects. Moreover, after being an emperor for so long, you really don't see yourself as a human anymore. You really think you're some bullshit son of heaven. Our Shu family relied on our own efforts to become this king of Beiliang. He's not much different from an emperor. Nyan let's not talk about other things. The feeling of being a loner is not good. Father has tasted it before, so I don't want you to walk down this old path even more. That's why back then, when I let Yang Jie's family go and let them go to the capital to become relatives of the imperial family, father has never regretted it. Xu Xiao even dared to curse the old Grand Secretary until he was half angered to death, so how could he place a pedantic scholar in his eyes? Father just doesn't want you and Yang Chiji brothers to become enemies. Even if you two are destined not to be brothers, it's good enough to let you two have some good memories. Father's happiest moments these past few years, one was returning home from the border, seeing all of you well, the other was occasionally dreaming of your mother. Ever since your mother agreed to marry me, I, Xu Xiao, have always owed her. The only thing father complains about her is that she left early. Between husband and wife, the one who leaves later is the one who suffers the most. This suffering isn't about working hard for the family business, it's all what we men should do. It's just that many times, when something good happens, there's no one by my side to say a few words. Either that, I miss her very much, but I can't see her, right? The world is very big. Father has traveled to many places and met many people, but in father's eyes, there has always been only one woman, your mother. At the door, Xu Weixiong covered his mouth with a fist, still sobbing uncontrollably. The loquat tree in the courtyard was personally planted by your mother after she came here. In the future, when there are loquats and you miss father and mother, remember to pluck some and put them on the grave. Nyan father will leave your second sister and Huang Manor in your care, as well as our Shu family. Our Shu family's 300,000 armored cavalry, in the future, you'll have to carry them alone. You'll be very tired, don't blame father for letting you take on this burden. The young figure nodded. Huang Manor raised his arm to cover his face, sobbing softly. When the old man said the last words of his life, Xu Weixiong threw himself out of the wheelchair, wailing loudly. The young figure raised his head. With his back to the siblings, he only opened his mouth wide, crying silently for fear of disturbing the old man who had his eyes closed. In the end, the old man said, "Father, sleep for a while." Chapter 980. During the rainy season of the first year of Shangfu, Beiliang Palace removed all of its large red lanterns. The festive red couplets were also replaced with white couplets in the wee hours of the morning. Coincidentally, there was a slanting wind and a drizzle. The trees wanted to be quiet, but the wind and rain did not stop. The children wanted to be nurtured, but the parents were no longer there. The raindrops struck the roof tiles of the tens of thousands of clumped-together tiles. From far to near, gently and heavily, they wrapped around fine streams of water that trickled down the roof troughs and eaves. It was like a wine cup hanging from a wine cup, a dense web of knocking and gliding notes. When the couplets outside Mount Qingliang were changed to couplets that everyone could see, all of Liangju was dumbfounded. Word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Many old people gathered their courage and came to the outside of the prince's mansion at the foot of the mountain to personally see the ghastly white couplets. Then, 2 hours later, not a single firecracker or drum could be heard in the city. The main road of Liangju led directly to Beiliang Palace. The streets were covered in white mourning. Afterwards, Liangzhou's provincial governor, Hu Kuei, dressed in mourning robes made from the coarsest linen, led all of the Liangju government officials to the Yi Gate. Hu Kuei did not step onto the steps. Instead, he stood at the bottom of the stone steps and faced the tens of thousands of Liangju commoners on the main road. After a moment of silence, he turned around and shouted with all his might, "Bo!" The wind and rain were dark. A large swath of people knelt on the streets in a vast expanse of whiteness. 1 bo, 3 kowtows. The sound of the 3 kowtows was as heavy as spring thunder. Bo again. Bo 3 times. 1 bo, 3 kowtows, 3 bows, 9 kowtows. Great Peace City, Jingzhou. The officials of the capital all considered the morning court to be hard work. Many old foxes of the officialdom had long since developed the ability to enter the Forbidden Palace on time. However, 80 to 90% of the officials had gathered early outside the palace gates. A strange celebratory atmosphere appeared on the Imperial Road. No one went to break that layer of window paper. Although everyone in Great Peace City already knew that the old man from Beiliang was finally dead, countless people were clapping and cheering. They formed cliques and groups. For this reason, they floated white after white and were dead drunk. They had to be carried home. According to the laws of the Liang dynasty, the death of a vassal king must be reported by the crown prince to the imperial court and the court of imperial clan within the capital. Lame Shu was a king with a different surname, so the court of imperial clan did not mind. Logically speaking, the crown prince should also rush to inform the crown prince. However, the Ministry of Rights in Great Peace City could not wait. The crown prince was magnanimous enough to not fuss over this matter. He only set up a rule that in this morning's imperial court, the crown prince would first present a memorial to the crown prince of northern Liang. For this reason, the Ministry of Rights was in chaos. First, the Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, who was related to Butcher by marriage, said that he was sick and did not care about the affairs of the Ministry of Rights. Without a leader, the 2 third-rank left and right assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rights had different opinions and could not work together, so they pushed the responsibility to each other. As for Jiang Yongla, who was in charge of the Ministry of Rights, compared to the 2 cunning assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rights, Jiang Yongla was originally 1 rank lower. He was also in charge of the memorial to the Crown Prince of Rights. Actually, in the past, when he bestowed posthumous titles, there were traces that could be followed. The Crown Prince's thoughts were not too deep. The Song family's young teachers Wen Huai and Lu Feiqi's Wen Gong were both written by him. The 2 were at the back of the Liang dynasty's posthumous titles. Jiang Yongla took one of the 4 meanings of the word Huai, which corresponded to the meritorious deeds of the Song family's young teacher. The head of the Green Party, Lu Feiqi, took the meaning of consecration. However, when it came to the king of Beiliang, Xu Xiao, to attempt to make a conclusion about this human butcher, how much courage did he, Jiang Yongla, have? How many heads could he chop off? Even if he was lucky enough to guess the emperor's thoughts, as long as it did not conform to the opinions of the world, or did not conform to the tastes of the court officials, or even caused the martial artists of Beiliang to hold a grudge against him, he, a mere department for purging officials, could casually make things difficult for someone, and he would have no chance in his official career in this lifetime. Jiang Yongla almost wanted to give this fellow a punch, but in the end, he did not have the courage to do so. Pan Chunjian was a true martial artist of the battlefield. If they really fought, even 10 Jiang Yongles would have to lie down. Jiang Yongla was sullen all day, as if his wife had died. In the past 3 days, he had lost countless strands of hair. In particular, Jingzhou had spent the last few hours sitting by the light of a lamp before morning court. He had practically flipped through the posthumous solution book, yet he was still unable to write. He truly had the heart to die. Before dawn, Jiang Yongla slapped away the teacup and the posthumous solution book, sending them crashing to the ground. This department for purging officials abruptly stood up, almost crazed. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the foggy and pitch-black scenery outside the window. He angrily cursed, "Old man Shu, even if you die, you still won't let this Jiang live in peace." The maid waiting outside the door was trembling with fear. She summoned her courage and knocked on the door, but was angrily shouted at by the department for purging officials from inside the room. The maid no longer dared to push open the door and disturb the master's important matter. Jiang Yongla sighed, crouched down, and picked up the posthumous solution book. The book had been soaked in tea. Jiang Yongla raised his sleeve to wipe away the tea stains, then carefully tore open the pages that were stuck together and placed them back on the desk. With disheveled hair, Jiang Yongla stretched out his 5 fingers to stroke his silver-white hair. With a silly chuckle, he sat upright and still, and began to write at a great speed. He separated the civil and military titles, totaling 42 beautiful titles and 15 evil titles, and casually wrote them on a piece of Lanting familiar proclamation. When he put down the brush, he was already extraordinarily tired. The department for purging officials was gasping for breath. He turned his head and ordered the maid outside to bring in a copper coin. After the confused and beautiful maid entered the room, she saw the master point at a piece of familiar proclamation whose writing could faintly be seen through the back of the paper. He had her place the copper coin on the paper. After the maid did so, she was dismissed by Jiang Yongle with a wave of his hand. Jiang Yongle pressed down on the copper coin with one hand and flipped over the familiar proclamation with the other. As a result, the department for purging officials, who intended to resign himself to fate, saw the words that the copper coin was leaning against. Li. Posthumous solution, meritorious service to the country, slaughtering the innocent. Jiang Yongle hesitated for a moment, then muttered to himself, "This is the will of heaven." The eastern sky started to turn white. In the main hall, there were many talents and officials. Most of them were wearing the purple court robes that only third-rank officials could wear. Some of the elders who were conferred the title of Duke and Marquis even had official patches embroidered with pythons. The assistant ministers and officials who wore the red robes were mostly at the back. Now that they had been conferred the title of king and vassal, there was only one crown prince, Zhao Zhuan, left in the main hall. He stood alone in front of the officials to his left and right, closest to the 9 steps. The emperor of the Zhao family sat on the dragon throne. 2 giant incense burners were surrounded by immortal qi. He sat in the north and looked towards the south. When the weather was good, he could even see the imperial road far away. The emperor looked away. Almost no one in the main hall dared to raise their heads. Only Grand Secretary Zhong Julu, 2 or 3 officials of the 6 departments, and a few generals dared to look at him. Only Tantanan Huan Wen raised his head and stared. The emperor didn't know what the old man was looking at. He looked around. The Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, didn't come to court. The new Minister of War, Chen Zhibao, had his eyes closed. Jiyu Jiantang guarded the border all year round and all the military officials in the main hall looked up to him. It was said that Chen Zhibao had received old Minister Gu's instructions. At the beginning, he was well behaved and many of the military affairs were handled according to the new Minister of War's wishes. Actually, Chen Zhibao didn't get involved and was rather lazy. He spent his days in the Jiyu hut reading. Later, Jiyu Lu probably felt that this little person was at his wit's end and started to provoke him. In the end, the treasurer of the Ministry of War, Huang Yi, was stripped of his official robes and thrown out of the Jiyu hut. The assistant ministers in the Jiyu hut, Shuang Lu, Lu Baijie and Lu Shengxiang didn't do anything and didn't even lift their eyelids. Huang Yi, who had a wide network of connections, went everywhere to persuade them. After this, the censorate started to impeach Minister Chen. In the end, the emperor casually revoked manager Huang Yi's official 4th-rank title. Under the emperor's feet, Huang Yi didn't dare to be angry or say anything. He ran to the border to relax. However, the pillar of country, Jiyu Jiantang, didn't even want to see him. Huang Yi was still a bachelor and became a joke in the capital. Chapter 981. If the group of old fellows from the censorate didn't bark at the morning court in Liang, it wouldn't have led to chaos among the various factions. The various ministries had always been concise and to the point when announcing matters in court. Because the emperor was extremely diligent and often worked through the night to approve matters, as officials, they had to be more understanding. All kinds of matters would receive the emperor's nod or rejection in the central government of the dynasty. The policies passed would then be disseminated to the world and benefit the north and south. Today's morning court was unusually smooth. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, reported to the emperor about last year's land measurement and tax collection in Jiangnan and Guangling, as well as the audit of the various storehouses and granaries. As the next helmsman of the Zhong faction, Wang Xionggui's knowledge and achievements were outstanding. When he reported, his voice was mellow. Not to mention that the content was a good thing, just Wang Xionggui's calm demeanor was enough to subdue the younger generation in the hall. The Minister of Appointments, Zhao Yuling, also gave an old-fashioned and suspicious report of victory. He concluded last year's capital examination of the achievements of the various officials in the capital. The emperor also took advantage of the situation to have Minister Zhao, who was born of a concubine, preside over this year's great evaluation of the world's officials. Yin Maro-chun, who was number 1 among the prime ministers, would no longer assist him. Last year's capital examination was the emperor's intention to have Zhao Yusong kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. In reality, it was to pave the way for Prime Minister Yin. Everyone in the main hall was well aware that if the Minister of Rites, Liu Daolin, wasn't present in the hall today, they would have announced that Yin Maro-chun would be presiding over this year's imperial examination. The so-called disciples spread all over the world, but the number of pillars of the imperial court who could be said to be the mainstay of the imperial court could actually be counted on one's fingers. Old Master Song, Grand Secretary Zhong. It was very simple. Soon after, Chen Zhibao, who rarely spoke in court, opened his eyes. When he took a step to the side and entered the field of vision of all the civil and military officials, a purple-robed official who had been secretly moistening his throat immediately shrank back. Chen Zhibao's words were cold. He spoke about the 2 Liao guard stations and the disbanding of the military towns in Ji province. He also spoke about the rebellion of the 16 clans in Nanzhao and Huai province over the imperial wood. This immediately cooled the festive atmosphere in the palace. However, the important officials in the front row quickly glanced at the emperor's face and still maintained their smiles. They were not in a hurry to speak. They only smiled and warmly asked Minister Chen to go with them to the ceremonial pavilion to discuss slowly with the scholars. Naturally, there would be a few clerks recording and archiving things on the side. Afterwards, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Han Lin, who had a conflict with Minister Wang of the Ministry of Revenue last year, reported on the matter. There were also 2 Grand Secretaries of the Ministry of Justice who filled in the gaps and said some irrelevant things. Then, when the left servant Huan Wen finally slowly withdrew his gaze and coughed, everyone immediately became alert. A good show was about to begin. The blue-eyed, purple-bearded Zhong Julu was standing right next to Tantanan, but he turned a deaf ear to this. He only looked towards an empty space not far from Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan. 2 years ago, there was still a chair set up for West Chu's Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji. Only, ever since the old man entered the Ministry of Justice and resigned from his position as the left servant, he was demoted to a mere second-rank Guangling Dao scripture envoy. Now, there was no one left. Grand Secretary Zhong then turned around to look behind him. His student Wang Xiongui and many other ministers were all looking towards Jiang Yongla. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Personnel Zhao Yuling, who was standing next to him, just happened to be looking behind Grand Secretary Zhong. Caught red-handed, Zhao Yuling, who emerged from Eternal Hui's spring, immediately turned his head. From Eternal Hui first year to Eternal Hui fourth year, it was precisely the beginning of the current emperor's ascension to the throne. Zhong Julu also became the current Grand Secretary at that time, continuously ruling the imperial examinations for 4 years. He, Zhao Yuling, his fellow countryman Yuan Guo, as well as Yin Maro-chun, Wang Xiongui, and Han Lin, these 3 were all carps that jumped over the Dragon's Gate, could be considered fellow disciples of the same master, all of them Grand Secretary Zhong's disciples. However, in the end, it was First Ministry of Works Yuan Guo who left Zhongdang in dismay, then Yin Maro-chun who entered Hanlin Academy, establishing his own school. Immediately afterwards, Han Lin was also expelled from Zhongdang by Grand Secretary Zhong, never stepping foot into that Zhongdang again. The Ministry of Personnel, which had great authority among the 6 ministries, had always been viewed as Grand Secretary Zhong's own residence. Unfortunately, during these years, they also seemed to be united on the outside, but actually broke apart. Zhao Yuling felt a bit of guilt towards this, but it couldn't be said to be regretful. He, Zhao Yuling, wasn't willing to submit to others. Being under Grand Secretary Zhong was still fine, but who did that Wang Xiongui think he was? Back then, in the imperial examinations, he only obtained 3rd place. Why was it that Wang Xiongui was the one who was able to enter the eyes of Grand Secretary Zhong and the Imperial Academy's left Chancellor Huan Wen? And not him, Zhao Yuling? Now that General Ji Yu had left the Ministry of War, the 6 ministries had returned to normal, and the Ministry of Personnel in his hands was in charge. Zhao Yuling really wanted to know if the Grand Secretary regretted choosing Wang Xiongui as the future leader of the Zhong faction. A trembling voice in the Great Hall interrupted the Minister of Personnel's reverie. Jiang Yongla of the Department for Purging Officials of the Ministry of Rights braced himself and walked out of the ranks. He slowly knelt down and said, "Minister Jiang Yongla has something to report." When Jiang Yongla gritted his teeth and proposed the posthumous title of the King of Beiliang, the imperial court was in an uproar. The meritorious generals even let out undisguised mocking sneers, while the civil officials all had strange expressions. Zhong Julu frowned, and Tantanan began to stare blankly at the beam of the Great Hall again. Yang Shunxing, who wore a second-rank lion official robe, was a famous general of the current era who had made a name for himself in the spring and autumn period. He had been granted the title of General of an Kingdom. He was already in his 80s, but several generals who were 7 or 8 years younger than him had lived longer than him. After those old fellows died and were granted posthumous titles, there were few descendants in their families who could hold up the position. As for those who inherited the titles of General of an Kingdom, there was a gap in age between them. Moreover, because their military achievements and reputation were insufficient, it was very difficult for them to be mentioned in the same breath as Yang Shunxing. It could be said that among the military officials of Liang, other than Jiyu Jiantang and 2 other old generals, no one dared to not listen to Yang Shunxing, who was in charge of the military defense of Jingji. The old but sturdy Yang Shunxing saw that no one in the Great Hall was responding, so he casually walked out. When old people entered the Great Hall, they had to kneel, but there was no need for them to do so. Yang Shunxing first cupped his fists and saluted toward the dragon throne. He then looked at Jiang Yongla and sneered, "Xu Xiao has committed grave sins. When he was alive, he was the king of Beiliang and even received the title of Pillar of the State. He was already immensely benevolent. Now that he's dead, how can he be worthy of Wu Shiba? Casually pick one of the first few posthumous titles, and the imperial court will already be treating Xu Xiao well." When the old general said this, Jiang Yongla didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His head was so low that it almost touched the ground. The 4th-rank Skylark official patch on his back was clearly soaked with sweat. The Zhao family's son leaned back against the dragon throne with a faint smile. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Shengxiang, stepped out and said calmly, "I think Xu Xiao should be posthumous." The imperial court was in an uproar. This posthumous title was one of the last few in the list of posthumous titles. Betraying one's superiors and rebelling against one's superiors was almost the same as defining Xu Xiao as a traitor of the Liang dynasty. Many people looked toward the Minister of War, Chen Zhibao, who was in front of Lu Shengxiang. Unfortunately, his tall and straight back was as steady as Mount Tai, and they couldn't see any clues. Zhao Yuling seemed to see the shoulders of the Grand Secretary at the front of the line move slightly. Then, the former Beiliang official, who was now a relative of the imperial court, Yang Jieshi, stepped out. Last year, Sir Yang, who had been appointed as the Grand Secretary of the Cave Abyss Pavilion, shook his sleeves and knelt down. He said in a low voice, "I think the words of the great general of Nguer are more appropriate." This disappointed many of the officials who hoped that this fellow would stubbornly insist on giving Xu Xiao a posthumous title. However, very quickly, the disappointed officials and generals smiled knowingly. The Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, Jin Lanting, stepped out of the line and said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, I agree with Assistant Minister Lu's suggestion. Xu Xiao has stolen Beiliang, and his treacherous actions are too numerous to be recorded. Only by giving him the posthumous title of military resistance can we pacify the people of the world." The corner of the Zhao family's emperor's mouth curled up, but he still didn't say anything. The left chancellor, Yarrow Baifeng, snorted. Not only did he step out of the line, but he also intentionally or unintentionally used his shoulder to push Jin Lanting. Only then did he say, "Great General Xu Xiao's contributions to the imperial court cannot go unnoticed, and no one can compare to him. The posthumous title that corresponds to his military merits can be either the 2 words resolute or Huan, which is the most appropriate." As a result, there was an uproar all around. No matter how good the officials' mental fortitude was, they also began to whisper to their colleagues beside them. Jin Lanting sneered, "Xu Xiao has military merits, but they are all opportunities bestowed upon him by the imperial court. It is only the trend of the times, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. How can such an ignorant person be worthy of Juan Elia's posthumous title? What a joke! Official Yarrow, aren't you afraid that once this posthumous title is given, the people of the world will be disappointed? With Enchanting being the first evil person to shed all pretenses of cordiality, the 3 Grand Secretaries of the Imperial Court, who had already discussed this beforehand, quickly stepped out of the line and agreed with Lu Shengxiang and Enchanting's posthumous title. The big shots of the Imperial Censorate also responded one after another. The public mood immediately surged, many sarcastic and ear-piercing words appearing. Xiongzhou's great scholar, Yarrow Baifeng, was so angry his face turned pale. From start to finish, the Minister of War who should be speaking out against lame Shu the most didn't open his mouth, and Grand Secretary Zhong who should be adding fuel to the fire also remained silent. During this time, the Ministry of Appointments Zhao Yuling and Ministry of Revenues Wang Xiongui seemed to have a tacit understanding, both of them wishing to step out at the same time. In the end, Tantanan turned around and glared at them, both of them pulling back their steps with bitter smiles. In the end, after the emperor stood up, he expressionlessly looked down on the civil and military officials of the imperial court, lightly saying this before withdrawing from the court. Merits and demerits offset, Xu Xiao's posthumous title is Wu Li. The civil and military officials, each harboring their own thoughts, filed out of the hall. Many of the important officials' gazes towards the Ministry of Rights Department for purging officials Jiang Yongla became a bit warmer. This brat was clearly going to run into dogshit luck. Who would have thought that such a great disaster would actually forcefully turn into an enormous blessing for him? Huan Wen surprisingly didn't leave the hall together with his good friend Zhong Julu, instead quickening his steps, crossing over the threshold early on, walking with all smiles behind Jin Sabin who was just about to walk down the white jade steps. He patted his shoulder, telling this refined right chancellor that he had something to discuss. Soon after, a robust young man walked to the corner of the corridor outside the hall. Enchanting thought that this was his suggestion from the morning court and that it was accepted by the Zhong faction behind Tantanan. He was a bit secretly delighted, feeling that he was most likely going to become Zhonglu's new noble. In the end, the result was that old man Huan smashed a fist into Enchanting's face with all his strength, cursing, "How many knives did I take from you in the past? Later, I'll pay you back according to the amount of silver, you dog thing." The right chancellor covered his face, staring blankly at the old man's departing figure, as if the sky had collapsed. On the steps, the left chancellor Yarrow Baifeng and Zhong Julu, who had rarely interacted with each other, were unexpectedly standing side by side today. Huan Wen walked over, and the 3 elders looked at the imperial road outside the palace gate together. Among the majestic figures of the officials, Chen Zhibao was the most eye-catching. The civil and military officials of the pillars of the dynasty were all discussing spiritedly. Without exception, they were all waiting to see the new king of Beiliang make a fool of himself. When they thought of the comical scene of the young man receiving the imperial edict, they couldn't stop laughing. Before Chen Zhibao walked out of the palace gate, he turned his head to look at the roof of the main hall. On this side of the steps, Huan Wen was still angry, saying, "What a wonderful season of hibernation." Zhong Julu sneered softly, "All living things are shaken when they come out, and hibernating insects are startled away." Chapter 982. In Liang's officialdom, there were 3 similarities. That was, the Minister of Appointments, Zhao Yuling, and the Assistant Minister of Works, Yuan Guo, coincidentally had the same teacher as Zhong Julu. They were both children of humble concubines from the old northern Han's Jinmen commandery. During the reign of Yonghui, they both participated in the imperial examinations. One was the Zhuangyuan, the other was the second, causing Jinmen commandery, which had very few grand scholars, to become famous overnight. The 2 manors were only 200 to 300 paces apart. They frequently visited each other, and the neighbors were already used to it. Today, not only had Yuan Guo come to the Zhao manor, but Minister Zhao's in-law, Yin Mao Chun, also came. The 2 important officials of the court had brought their children. The juniors were all about the same age, and the children of the 3 surnames were also good friends. At that time, Wang Yuanran, the youngest son of the Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, had drunk and molested Zhao Yuling's second daughter. Of course, he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Moreover, he had beaten up the only son of the Assistant Minister of Justice, Han Xingyan, who had come out to mediate the fight. Unfortunately, he had provoked 4 families at once. However, it was a blessing in disguise. As a result, Wang Yuanran's title as the #1 young master in the capital was confirmed. Although he had been dragged to the Zhao Manor by his father, the Minister of Revenue, to kneel for an hour in front of the Zhao Manor, this did not prevent young Master Wang from being in the limelight in Greaton City. Yuan Guo had no wife or children, but he had the best relationship with children among the younger generation. While Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, these 2 in-laws, were using the winter snow in the cellar to make tea, Yuan Guo was still drinking with a large group of young men and women. He personally heated up the wine and handed it over, not feeling that it was beneath him. The dozen or so juniors were used to it and actually felt that it was right and proper. For example, Yin Maochuan's eldest son, Yin Changeng, when he was young, he would sit on Uncle Yuan's neck every day and pee. The uncle and nephew even jokingly agreed that in the future, Yin Changeng would take care of Assistant Minister Yuan in his old age and send him off when he died. Just like when Han Xingyan went to drink with prostitutes for the first time when he was young, he was tricked by the old Yuan Guo. This made the old scholar Han Lin furious, so angry that he ran to the Yuan mansion's tightly shut main door without wearing shoes and cursing for a long time. As for Yuan Guo, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. When he opened the door, he would pick his earwax with one hand and hold the wine pot he had casually stolen from the brothel with the other. With a mischievous smile, he asked Assistant Minister Han if he wanted to drink, angering Han Lin to the point that he broke off all relations with Yuan Guo. However, after this, Han Xingyan would often sneakily ask Yuan Guo for wine. Han Lin couldn't control him even if he wanted to, so he might as well not be troubled by it. Yin Changeng and Han Xingyan, as proper officials of the capital, had both participated in that morning court session. However, their ranks weren't high enough to enter the hall, so they naturally couldn't hear the storm raging in the hall clearly. At this time, Yuan Guo was sitting on the couch, holding Yin Maochuan's eldest grandson in his arms. He dipped his chopsticks in wine for the child to open his mouth and taste while vividly describing the 8 immortals crossing the sea in the imperial court. After Assistant Minister Yuan's embellishment, everyone who heard it was shocked. Just then, Grand Secretary Zhong's unbetrothed daughter and Prime Minister Yin's youngest daughter also entered the room. Yuan Guo, like an old urchin, shamelessly asked the 2 girls to be his uncle and massage his shoulders. Zhong Gaoxia, who was notorious among the children of Greaton City Yamen, glared at him. She, who was wearing a sword, pulled it out 2 inches and then fiercely returned it to its scabbard. Assistant Minister Yuan, who was familiar with this heroine's temperament, could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, Yin Haiyun was much more obedient. She sat diagonally by the couch and massaged this uncle's shoulders. Yin Changeng shot a glance at the tall Zhong Gaoxia and then quickly retracted his gaze. He chatted idly with his wife, who had returned to her maternal home today, about trivial household chores. Han Xingyan's expression didn't change. He only sighed inwardly. How could he not know Brother Yin's feelings for Zhong Gaoxia? Before he became the groom, all of his friends of the same age were congratulating Brother Yin on becoming Minister Zhao's son-in-law. They all said that the Yin and Zhao families were well matched in terms of social status and that they were a perfect match. But that night, Yin Changeng had only dragged him and Han Xingyan to a small restaurant to drink to drown their sorrows. Han Xingyan exhaled. Why else would it be said that threads of love were easy to tie and hard to untie? Speaking of which, it was strange. In terms of beauty, Zhong Gaoxia wasn't even as good as his sister-in-law. She had the same pair of blue eyes as her father, the Grand Secretary. Also, if a woman's lack of talent was a virtue, then Zhong Gaoxia really deserved to be unable to get married. She could compete with the Crown Prince consort, who was nicknamed Female Scholar, and no man could beat her. Her swordsmanship was also extraordinary. She had studied under the Dongyu Sword Pool Great Grandmaster Song Nianqing and the #1 swordsman of the capital, Qi Jiajie. Naturally, she was nothing but an embroidered pillow. Even the Tangxi sword immortal, Lu Baijie, praised her talent in the way of the sword. The first prince, Zhao Wu, had suffered at Zhong Gaoxia's hands. This woman was truly a heroine who could do as she pleased in Great Peace City. In any case, if she was alone, no one could beat her. Competing in family background? Sorry, her biological father was Zhongjulu, and her adoptive father was Huan Wen. There was also a large group of court officials like Yuan Guo, who had left the Zhong faction but still cared about their relationship, supporting her. Who would dare? Yuan Guo still wanted to take a pair of chopsticks for Prime Minister Yin's young grandson to dip in wine, but Zhong Gaoxia, who couldn't stand it anymore, snatched the child away. Yuan Guo could only change the topic and ask, "Where were we just now?" Minister Zhao's youngest son, Zhao Wenwei, was still a youth. He said excitedly, "Uncle Yuan was just talking about how that Imperial College's third young Master Jin had a bloody nose and a swollen face for some reason." Yuan Guo chuckled and said, "That's right, this old punch was given by our Tantanan's old Master Huan. It was truly crafty and ruthless. Poor Chancellor Jin first angered Master Yarrow, and now he was beaten by old Master Huan, who was once half his official guide. Blessings never come in pairs, misfortunes never come singly. Therefore, you melon children, in the future, you must remember to tuck your tail between your legs when you become an official. Don't get too carried away. There's always a higher mountain. Whether it's Uncle Yuan or your father, their hats aren't small, right? Heh, you still can't avoid convention." The three families knew each other well, and with Yuan Guo around, there wasn't any taboo at all. Han Xingyan frowned and said in a low voice, "Uncle Yuan, although Chancellor Jin's hobby is to strike at Beiliang's betrayal and rely on this to gain a good name and reputation in the court, and his table manners are somewhat despicable, in the end, it's beneficial to the imperial court and the country. Furthermore, he does have a lot of brilliant ideas from a strategically advantageous position, making people can't help but slap the table in praise. He and Master Yarrow are at odds with each other inside and outside the Imperial College. This is a good thing for left servant Shi, so why did he have to fight? Aren't you afraid that this will enter His Majesty's ears?" Yuan Guo slurped down a mouthful of wine and subconsciously rubbed his ears. He laughed and said, "Why would old Master Huan care about such a trivial matter? You guys are too young. Back then, when your father and I entered the Imperial Court as officials, the Grand Secretary's temper was exceptionally good. The one who was worse was old Master Huan. Uncle Yuan was pulled by the ear and scolded quite a bit back then. That's right, the matter of old Master Huan beating up Jin Lanting, forget it if you've heard about it, but don't talk about it in this room. It won't be good if word of it gets out. Otherwise, I'll have a headache from your father's nagging." Yuan Guo saw that Yin Changeng wanted to say something but stopped, so he drank all the wine in his cup in one gulp. He cried out in satisfaction and extended his cup to let Han Xingyan fill it to the brim. He grabbed a peanut and threw it into the wine cup. The wine was excellent and could hang in the cup, so even if the wine had already reached the top of the cup, it still didn't overflow at all. The assistant minister lowered his head to look at the ripples and was somewhat absent-minded. When he raised his head, he regained his composure and gently swirled the wine cup with a smile. "I know what you guys want to ask the most. It's not that I can't talk about this matter, but..." The heroine, who was teasing Yin Maochuan's grandson, said unhappily, "I'll just pretend I didn't hear it." Yuan Guo chuckled and raised his head to drink all the strong wine in one gulp. He chewed on the peanuts that tasted full of wine and said with an intoxicated expression, "Wu conferred the title of 18. The Li character was originally a genuine evil title. When this old man Song wrote Jie Shi, it was the late emperor who instructed him to change this character from evil to beauty. However, it was at the bottom of the 18 beautiful titles. The old Grand Secretary, who is also the teacher of Uncle Yuan's teacher, is the teacher of our heroine Zhong's father. He has always held a great grudge against the king of Beiliang. The late emperor's actions may not have been without original thoughts. This thought only surfaced during this year's hibernation awakening. When the current emperor bestowed this character, he put even more thought into it. Given His Majesty's bearing, he naturally wouldn't give Great General Shu any evil titles. If he were to generously give the other 17 beautiful titles, the Great Hall would be thrown into chaos that day. After talking about the imperial court, let's talk about Beiliang. From His Royal Highness, the young man who became the king of Beiliang from hereditary succession, should he accept this title that's neither high nor low? If he doesn't accept the imperial edict. Han Xingyan smiled and said, Does this guy want to tell the world that the Shu family is going to rebel? Yuan Guo put down his wine cup and dismissed Han Xingyan's judgment with a smile. He continued, if Beiliang swallows his anger and accepts this imperial edict, given Beiliang's loyalty to the old vassal king, the new vassal king will undoubtedly lose the confidence of the army and the people. It's no different from tearing down his own house. With Uncle Yuan's words, do you think the young king of Beiliang should accept the imperial edict or not? Xingyan, I'm asking you. Han Xingyan thought about it and smiled. I bet that guy still doesn't dare to not accept it. He'll just try his best to minimize the big matter and pretend to be calm and do his best to suppress the matter of the posthumous title. Yin Changeng furrowed his brows and said, it's difficult. The scholars are all watching. Even if Beiliang blocks the news and the people don't know much, how can so many scholars not have access to the news? What's even more difficult is that accepting the imperial edict is unfilial. The 300,000 cavalry will look down on the new king. If he doesn't accept it, he'll be disloyal. Many scholars rushing to Beiliang will also have thoughts. In any case, the new vassal king is destined to be difficult. If he doesn't handle it well, he won't be able to please both sides. Yuan Guo glanced at Zhong Gaoxia and twirled his wine cup between his fingers. He laughed softly and said, this is just the first move in the new chess game between the imperial court and Beiliang. Next, the new vassal king will have to observe mourning for 3 years. No one in the imperial court is willing to ask for a revival of the love seizure for the new vassal king. This middle game, which will take 3 years, is even more of a headache. Even if he survives the middle game and resolves the hard-pressed internal problems, I'm afraid he'll have to face a hasty conclusion. If Beimang insists on fighting Beiliang first, Yuan Guo didn't say anything else. Chapter 983. Han Xingyan said quietly, it sounds like this new Prince Liang's future days are going to be quite miserable. Yin Changeng laughed coldly and said, it is indeed extremely miserable. Yuan Guo left the small couch, his body swaying as he said, I'm drunk. Go find your father to drink some hangover tea. Yuan Guo's hands rubbed his earlobes out of habit, swaying as he walked out of the room. Right now, the spring breeze still carried cold air. When the wind blew, he shivered. He turned around and saw Zhong Gaoxia following behind him. He slowed down his steps, saying in self-mockery, I, Yuan Guo, am the most useless of the eternal Hui spring. During those years, Elder Huan scolded me the most and fiercely, and I have also disappointed Grand Secretary Great Sir. Zhong Gaoxia said this coldly, and then turned around to head towards Yin Changeng and Han Xingyan. You are indeed the most disappointed. It was as if Yuan Guo didn't hear anything, continuing to walk forward, his steps unsteady. This muddle-headed Prime Minister second in the Ministry of Works walked up to a giant spring god lake boulder that was 2 people tall, stopping in front of it, laughing to his heart's content. Speaking of which, in such a large family, Grand Secretary Zhong Julu wasn't some strict father, nor was he some kind of loving father. He never interfered with family matters, and when he treated his children, he always carried a cold attitude of letting them live or die on their own. The eldest son didn't seem to have inherited the Grand Secretary father's knowledge and talent, mediocre and unaccomplished. He served as a county magistrate in a lower county with less than 3,000 families on the outskirts of the capital. After 6 whole years, he still couldn't take a single step forward. In reality, even now, that county's officials still didn't know that this person was the Grand Secretary Great Sir's son. The second son was only a bookworm, unable to rely on the family's good fortune to enter Hanlin Academy and become a Yellow Door scholar, remaining a nobody. The younger son could only be considered idle, not even having half the guts to do evil. As time passed, even though he was Grand Secretary Zhong's young master, Wang Yuanran, and the other capital's hedonistic young masters whose family backgrounds were clearly much lower than his didn't like to bring him out to play anymore, feeling like this fella was too useless, bringing him out was just too shameful. Grand Secretary Zhong's daughters also married into mediocre families. Every time they returned to their mother's home, they wouldn't even be able to see their father's face. Even if Zhong Julu had nothing to do at home, he would still remain in his study, never showing his face. His daughters only dared to bring their husbands who couldn't even stand steadily in front of their Grand Secretary father-in-law to the study entrance, timidly greeting him with a few words through the door. Grand Secretary Zhong would at most respond with a neither light nor heavy en sound, many times completely ignoring them. Only when Grand Secretary Zhong occasionally saw his grandson who had just learned how to walk would he reveal a faint smile. That was why in this manner, the only one who could exchange a few words with this father whose power could overturn all levels of society was the only one left, the still unmarried Zhong Gaoxia. The purple-bearded, blue-eyed Grand Secretary sat alone in the dimly lit study. This study was precisely Zhong Manner's thunder pool, not even his daughter Zhong Gaoxia could enter. After all these years, the number of people who could sit here could naturally be counted on one's fingers. Huan Wen was one of them, because there was only one chair in this room. Whoever sat down, it meant that the Grand Secretary had to stand. Zhong Julu never had any interest in fine wine or fine food, nor did he take any concubines. His wife was the daughter of his respected teacher, the old Grand Secretary. When that old woman married Zhong Julu, there was already a saying in the capital that the daughter of the Grand Secretary was the wife of the #1 scholar. When her husband also became the Grand Secretary, her appearance became even more revered, even the current Empress Zhao having to treat her with respect. Only, the two's feelings were as indifferent as water, not exchanging many words throughout the year, treating each other with respect like a guest, even more so like ice. Zhong Julu also didn't have any interest in the 19 Paths, but he was rather obsessed with the Chinese chess that Huang Longsha pioneered. Only, apart from Huan Wen, this old friend, he rarely fought with others on the chessboard. Most of the time, he just played with himself. Even after playing for more than 20 years, he still didn't get tired of it. Right now, Zhong Julu was moving the red and black chess pieces separately on the chessboard. This set of chess pieces and chessboard was completely carved from ivory. This expensive Chinese chess was sent over by Yuan Guo back in the day. There were top scholars, second scholars, and third scholars every year, but the group of young talents who entered the court's field of vision during the short 4 years of the Spring of Yonghui were now famous officials who held great power in the court. As a result, they were destined to leave behind rich and colorful pages of praise in the annals of history. Of these nobles who were no longer young, Yuan Guo was the most interesting one. He was publicly acknowledged to be the most talented, but his reputation was the least prominent. His temperament was the most lively, and he was the most dissolute and unscrupulous. If this happened to an ordinary civil official, this would be called a distinguished scholar, but for an official who wanted to become a cabinet official, this kind of image was very fatal. Thus, at the time, no one would have thought of Assistant Minister Yuan, who was hanging around in the Ministry of Works. Not to mention Zhao Yuling, Wang Xiongui, and Yin Maochun, even the Ministry of Justice's Han Lin, who had a similar rank, was more outstanding than Yuan Guo. It was hard to imagine that Yuan Guo was the first of these 5 people to cross the threshold of the 4th level. Unfortunately, just having a good first move was not beneficial to the overall situation. The officialdom was a place that emphasized gradual progress, and later strength became more and more important. Otherwise, there would only be a miserable end of a strong start but a weak finish. Zhong Julu held a chess piece between 2 fingers and gently tapped the pile of dead chess pieces stacked up on the side of the chessboard. He muttered to himself, "The chess is good, but it lacks maturity. It can't be called a wonderful chess piece that can be used freely. At this time, it is too close together. Next, I can only either not use it or use it too much. But this is also human nature. After losing for so many years, if I don't make a comeback, I won't even have a chance to win against him in the future." This Grand Secretary glanced at the disorderly chessboard and lost interest. He stood up and walked to the window. The green willows in the courtyard were only half yellow and half unevenly distributed. It was indeed spring. Zhong Julu sank into deep thought. He turned around and picked up a red chess piece from the chessboard, engraved with the character Xiong. Zhong Julu smiled. Take advantage of the fact that Yuan Benx's scheme has not succeeded. 1 item for 1 item. It's time to hand it over to you. Just as the imperial edict was about to reach the border of Beiliang, a rider quietly left the city early in the morning. This white-clothed man, carrying a flagon of plum wine, followed the imperial road and left the capital directly. That day, in the morning court session, amidst the muffled sound of spring thunder outside the hall, the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tanglu, read out 3 imperial edicts. The Minister of Rites, Lu Daolin, resigned from his official position and retired to his hometown. He will be replaced by Assistant Minister Yuan Guo of the Ministry of Works. Chen Zhibao will resign from his official position and will be infeft as the vassal state of Shishu. The Minister of War will be Assistant Minister Liu Baijie. The capital was shaken. Rumor had it that numerous old officials stumbled out of the ranks and knelt on the ground, sobbing. They directly admonished the Son of Heaven in court. They did not care about being reserved in their words and directly said that Chen Zhibao should not be allowed to return the tiger to the mountain. They also said that Beiliang was an example of that. It was fine to let a tiger live once, but how could they allow Chen Zhibao to gain power again? The emperor replied with court is dismissed if there is nothing to do. Due to this, the 2 new ministers, Yuan Guo and Liu Baijie, who had both been promoted, did not have many words of congratulations. In the twilight, a middle-aged monk in white robes very absurdly entered the city with a woman by his side. Everyone knew that the court was wantonly destroying Buddhas. The armored soldiers at the city gates all stared at this man and woman in disbelief. Did this monk come to Great Peace City to seek death? The people of the capital, who were used to seeing grand scenes, all looked over like they were looking at a monster. The woman with ordinary looks joked, in the past, when I wanted to see you, I couldn't see you even if I stood on my tiptoes. I had to jump and jump. The white-clothed monk rubbed his bald head and smiled warmly. At that time, I felt that the daughter of some family had really good legs. I jumped a few li. The woman pinched him and snorted. When you come to the capital, don't flirt with foxes. How could I? Chapter 984. As long as a shameless vixen comes to seduce you, I'll take care of her. That's a bit difficult. Wife, do it now. Boast all you want. Do you see who recognized you now? Also, those women who are still thinking about you are already old. I don't care about them. Wife, you don't care about them, but you care about them. You might as well not care about them. Are you looking for a beating? There are really people in this world who believe that eating your flesh can make them immortal. Ah! If one's heart is not sincere, what is the use of fasting for 60 years? If one's heart is not good, what is the use of becoming a monk for 100 years? In my opinion, rather than burning incense and praying to the gods and Buddhas, it is better to accumulate fortune and become a bodhisattva. Chem. Wife, you also went to listen to Abbot Huishin's sermon? Don't you like to listen to that? Me. At the time, I went to borrow money from the old abbot. The old monk clearly has money, but he said he doesn't have money. He just nagged me about this. It's not right for a monk to not talk nonsense. Ha, wife, Abbot Huishin was not lying when he said he doesn't have money. Those silvers, in his eyes, are the bricks of the temple, the pages of the Buddhist scriptures. Oh? Didn't you have that stupid Nanbei secretly hide those silvers with the old abbot? Ha ha, wife, look, there are so many people in Great Peace City. I miss our families Lizzie and Nanbei. I miss them too. Hey, the 2 men looking at you, who are they? Other than that guy Huang Longsha, is there another man who wants to steal my man? Be careful, go and find me a brick. Are you looking for a beating? One is His Majesty the Emperor, the other is called Yuan Bengxi. Then I'm going to buy rouge, I'm going to borrow some silver from them. I'm not stupid. I cannot return the money I borrowed from the old abbot, but if I borrow from them, can I not return it? That's right. The 2 people in front put their hands together. While they did not believe in Buddhism, they still bowed to this white-robed monk who had once traveled thousands of miles to the west. But this white-robed monk turned and smiled at his wife's leaving figure. Nanzhao's Huai province was not peaceful. Along the way, one's eyes were filled with fleeing commoners, collapsed wooden beams, and piles of black gravel that looked like grave mounds. The ancient wooden merchant road on the river where the 5 streams intersected was not as bustling as it used to be. Not a single boat could be seen at the dock. A young monk and a young girl were standing by the river at the ferry. The young girl was lying on her stomach on the ground. She stuck her head out of the water and used the clear water as a mirror. She was carefully smoothing out the messy black hair on her forehead and temples. The exhausted girl sat up and patted the dust in front of her. She said helplessly, "Stupid Nanbei, those refugees don't even have enough to eat. What's the use of preaching to them? You won't be able to fill your stomach." Master said that the will arose from fate. Stop, stop. Listening to you preach makes me hungry. If you keep nagging, I'll really starve to death. Oh. I'll go find food for you. Strange words suddenly came from behind the young monk and the girl. The girl turned her head and frowned. It was a group of sloppy local ruffians. There were as many as 30 of them. Their bodies were strong, and most of them wore animal skins on their shoulders. They were clearly much more courageous and powerful than ordinary wanderers. They were probably the so-called barbarians of Wuxi in Jianghu. The girl stood up and tugged at the young monk's cassock cuff. Her eyes indicated that he could not afford to offend them. In the past, she would not have been so easy to talk to when she traveled Jianghu. When it came to fighting and beating people, she was still SOSO. But after bringing along stupid Nanbei with her, she rarely caused trouble. The barbarians of Wuxi kept spewing obscenities, but the two of them were foreigners and could not understand the awkward dialect. However, the barbarians' eyes said everything. They had taken a fancy to the girl beside the young monk. Because of the battle for the river in Huangmu, the Wuxi region in Huai province had been affected by the flames of war. Furthermore, the Liang court had never been able to control Nanzhao well. Some of the powers had often taken advantage of the merchants of the Central Plains to rob them. Many of the villages and shops had been swept clean. This could be considered fortunate. Losing money could still avert disaster, but many people had lost their lives. The girl said softly, "Let's jump into the stream." The young monk shook his head and said, "Aren't you hungry? How can you have the strength to swim?" The girl was so angry that she wanted to knock this idiot's head, but the young monk had already walked forward alone. He put his palms together and blocked the way. A barbarian from the Five Streams tribe strode forward and gave this little bald donkey who was courting death a punch on the head. After that, he took a few steps back and shook his wrist, only to feel a sharp pain. Then, he turned his head and babbled on and on. The next barbarian of Wuxi laughed nastily and jogged. He jumped high and kicked the strange young monk in the chest. The young monk's body swayed slightly, but his expression was still calm. The barbarians of Wuxi were clearly shocked. A few of them began to draw their sharp and shiny scimitars. The girl was about to pull the young monk into the stream when the young monk turned his head and grinned. He shook his bald head, his eyes firm. The young monk turned around again. He chanted silently and stretched his palms apart by a foot. Then, he suddenly put his palms together. The barbarians of Wuxi were stunned. They mistakenly thought that they had hit an iron plate. However, after waiting for a while and seeing that there was no movement around them, they laughed loudly. One of the swordsmen tapped his shoulder with the back of his scimitar and walked over with a sinister smile. The young monk's kasaya fluttered unsteadily. "My Buddha Tathagata." In the tranquil stream, a violent wave suddenly rose without warning. A ferocious azure dragon formed by the stream took the shape of a heavenly king spreading his whiskers. It lowered its head and roared at the barbarians of Wuxi like thunder. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The girl, who had not bought a box of rouge since leaving home, sat on the edge of the ferry. She was not surprised. Instead, she looked gloomy. The young monk scratched his head and squatted beside the girl. After mumbling for a long time, he finally spoke. "Lizzie, I'm just a monk. I don't know anything except chanting scriptures. Do you have to become a Buddha by chanting scriptures? Who cares about your career? Lizzie, are you hungry? Do you want me to go beg alms for you? Lizzie, Lizzie." The young monk sighed and looked into the distance with his hands on his cheeks. The girl, who had her back to the young monk, raised her sleeve and wiped her face. A team of 100 elite light cavalry escorted by a carriage had already seen the boundary marker of Yuju. They were just a few steps away from Beiliang Road. A senior eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was sitting in the carriage with a bright yellow curtain. He was holding a golden lacquer box that he did not dare to leave his hand when he slept. Inside the box was the imperial edict granted by the Liang Imperial Court to Beiliang. The closer the old eunuch got to Beiliang, the more his eyelids twitched. He kept telling himself that he would be satisfied as long as he set foot in Bailiang's territory. Even if he died on the way, he would at least be able to bring the imperial edict to Bailiang. But in the end, he still felt lucky. After thinking about it, he still didn't think that the young king would dare to send assassins or refuse the imperial edict. Then the carriage suddenly stopped. The old eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials felt something unusual. He lifted the curtain and his heart sank. Near the boundary marker of Yuju, there were countless cavalries that stretched to the end of the posthouse road. After the spring equinox in the first year of Xiangfu, the carriage escorting the imperial edict was driven 300 miles away by 2,000 Bailiang cavalries before they could enter Bailiang. At the same time, there were 8,000 cavalries in Zhulu military town in Riverside Prefecture and 6,000 cavalries in Ironfrost City in Riverside Prefecture. The imperial edict was not allowed to enter Bailiang. Chapter 985. An unremarkable outsider had come to the Yarrow Manor. The Yarrow Manor, a family of 5 heroes, had an endless stream of visitors every day, so no one paid much attention to this. However, even though the Yarrow family was a newly established noble family in Great Peace City, there were very few true important court officials among the visiting nobles. Forget about Grand Secretary Zhong, there wasn't even a single chief official of the 6 ministries. Today, there was finally an old man who broke the rules, carrying a pot of Southern Spring braised wine to find someone to drink with, giving the Yarrow Manor's gatekeeper a fright. Heavens, it was actually the left servant of the ministry, Huan Wen. Grandfather Huan had honored the Yarrow Manor with his presence. He didn't have time to report to the family head, hurriedly taking the initiative to open the Yi Gate to welcome him. Unexpectedly, the old man had already slipped into the manor from the side. The current court's great scholar of Confucianism, Yarrow Baifeng, hurriedly brought people to search for that Tantanan. Unexpectedly, he finally found the old man in a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a young scholar from the capital who was currently discussing heroes on the chessboard with Yarrow Baifeng's eldest grandson. Bystanders of similar age who had come to the manor not to freeload food or drink, but to rub off on their reputation, formed a circle, very particular about the rules of watching chess without speaking. There was only one old man who couldn't squeeze into the crowd, so he simply stood on a chair in the pavilion, looking down at the stalemate of the chess game from above. He always liked to give out blind pointers. If it was priceless advice, then it would be tolerated, but each time he gave out a move, his level of terrible chess skills could be seen at a glance. It was very annoying. As a result, every time he spoke carelessly, countless people would roll their eyes. Yarrow Baifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He silently leaned against a pillar, not going to disturb Tantanan's leisure and elegance. Beside Grandmaster Yarrow was a young face that was also very unfamiliar to the Yarrow Manor. This young man also stood on a chair in the corridor, watching the chess game. Grandfather Huan only shot him a glance before continuing to give pointers, teaching Yarrow Dengfeng where to place his pieces. The Yarrow family's eldest grandson, who had been nagged for half a game, smiled helplessly. He naturally wouldn't follow the drunk old man's words. After he placed a piece on the chessboard, he heard the old man coldly snort and say the word "stupid move." It wasn't known who was the first to notice the Imperial College's left chancellor sitting in the pavilion and hurriedly greeted him in a clear voice. As a result, no one paid attention to the outcome of the chess game. One by one, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Most of the scholars in the pavilion came from small families. The reason why they were able to recognize Yarrow Baifeng was because there was someone who had just entered the Imperial College and had heard this Confucian scholar's lectures from afar. Yarrow Baifeng smiled and raised his arm to point at the old man standing on the chair who was holding the wine. He smiled warmly and said, "You children, why are you bowing to me? Can't you see that there's a left servant she here? His official hat is much higher than mine. Tantanan, don't you think so?" Huan Wen said angrily, "We're only halfway through the game. Continue. The two of you shouldn't be eunuchs who don't know how to play." The scholars in the pavilion were all quite shocked and were dumbstruck for a moment. They saw the young man standing beside Tantanan jump down from the chair and pass through the gap in the human wall. He walked towards the chessboard and bent down to pick up a white chess piece. He gently knocked it on a spot and smiled. The game is over. He then straightened his body and turned his head to everyone with a smile. Come, don't just stand there. Let's all pay our respects to left servant Shi. Let's not miss such a great opportunity. Huan Wen walked down from the long bench and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. This old man is only a guest today. I don't dare to bear the infamy of a guest bullying the host. If all of you know what's good for you, don't push this old man into the fire pit. Otherwise, if one day I fall into this old man's hands, I don't think he'll order all of you to walk 7 to 8 miles to buy wine. You'll even have to pay for the wine. Yarrow Baifeng let his direct eldest grandson send the group of scholars who felt extremely honored out of the pavilion. There were only 3 people left. Huan Wen and Yarrow Baifeng, these 2 old fellows of the Imperial College's left chancellor, were sitting opposite each other in the chessboard. The young man who ended the game stood behind Yarrow Baifeng. Huan Wen stared at the chessboard and laughed. It really ended the game for you. That group of children just now didn't have such chess skills. Yarrow Baifeng nodded his head and said, Sir Huan, this is the Sun Yin that I mentioned to you before. This year's literary champion of the Imperial examinations will definitely be him. Huan Wen smiled calmly and said, Oh, Left Chancellor, you've been thinking about it for so long and you've really gotten what you wanted. You're always dozing off and Beiliang's side handed you a pillow? Do you have any secret? Tell me about it. How could Yarrow Baifeng not hear the murderous intent in Tantanan's words? It was obvious that he didn't trust Sun Yin, who was born in Beiliang. He frowned. Sun Yin smiled calmly and said, A long journey tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Huan Wen raised his head and asked calmly, Oh? What do you mean? Sun Yin answered, I haven't made a name for myself for 3 years. After I amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, I hope that the province under Old Master Huan will take me in. Huan Wen continued to talk to himself, not taking part in the imperial examinations for 3 years is nothing for an ordinary person. After all, even if you take the examinations, you won't be able to make a name for yourself. I heard that you're proficient in the art of making and that you're aiming for the 3 consecutive titles. This is somewhat rare. Not going to the Imperial College, which is close to the water pavilion, not going to the blue-eyed 6 ministries to fish for oil and water, not going to the noble Hanlin Academy to earn reputation, but coming to the low-ranking Yamen to sit on the cold bench? A bit interesting. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no outsiders in the pavilion, this old man took advantage of the fact that he was drunk to make things clear. Beiliang had Yang Jieshi and the white-eyed wolf Jin Lanting. As the old saying goes, one shouldn't do things more than 3 times. This old man always felt that this old man should be an ambitious and ruthless person. Therefore, no matter what you said, he still didn't believe you. As for that old man Yarrow Baifeng, Huan Wen was very familiar with him. This old man had only interacted with sages in old books all his life. He didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts and couldn't recognize a few human skin ghosts. This old man was different. He spent most of his life rolling around in Taishang Laojuan's alchemy furnace. You little brat, this old man doesn't like you very much. Therefore, as long as this old man is alive, he won't allow you to take the imperial examinations. You can only come to the province under his tutelage and start as a small official. How about it? Sun Yin calmly said, No harm done. Yarrow Baifeng was extremely angry. He no longer called Tantanan or left servant Shidaran and directly called him by his name. Huan Wen, don't go too far. Grandfather Huan drank a mouthful of wine and squinted his eyes. What, you want to beat me up? A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Besides, I've already beaten up the right Chancellor Jin Lanting. If I were to fight with you, the left Chancellor, where would the Imperial College's face go? Yarrow Baifeng stood up and angrily said, Sun Yin, don't pay any attention to this scoundrel old man. Let's go and let this guy have his fun. Huan Wen smiled and said, all right, old Yarrow, stop acting. Look at you, the Emperor, who isn't worried, the eunuch is. Sun Yin is still as calm as ever. Don't go too far. If it wasn't for our decades of friendship, I wouldn't have come out to be the bad guy. In the end, even if this kid really did get all the members and top scorer in one go, Do you think the imperial court would dare to use him and Bai Yang would use him? It's not a good thing to become famous too early. Zhao Yuling and the others were able to achieve what they had today, not because they had great ability, but because Bai Yang had a big heart. In terms of knowledge, you are naturally good, the Wang Xianji of the literary world. But as an official, you can't even compare to the junior Sun Yin. Even though I don't like you, my favorite student who wanted to pass on his legacy, but at least I took the risk of losing my integrity in my later years and became his protective talisman. Once he entered the province, there would be less trouble and he would be able to establish a foothold in Great Peace City. The imperial court already has third brother Jin. It would be hard for them to make an exception and promote the young people of Beiliang. Also, Sun Yin dared to run into Bai Yang's blade in these few years. Even if he doesn't die, he will at least lose a few layers of skin. If you yell at me again, I'll take back my words and let you kill Sun Yin. How about that? Yarrow Baifeng couldn't say anything. Huan Wen threw the wine gourd to the left chancellor. Go, personally fill it up for me as your apology. Yarrow Baifeng angrily threw the wine gourd back and sat back down. Chapter 986. Huan Wen carefully held the jug of wine and glared at him. He then sighed softly. Among the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, the imperial court has always intended to not have a chief official in the Hall of Secretaries. Although I, Huan Wen, have replaced Sun Shiji's position as the left servant of the Menxia province, the Menxia province has never been able to achieve anything. Logically speaking, it should have been the echo of the Hall of Secretaries. But now the Hall of Secretaries is in a stalemate with the Hanlin Academy. They can't make any noise and the Menxia province has become a pitiful worm. However, the 6 ministries are powerful and this is not a long-term solution. The pivot of the household is not damaged and the running water is not rotten. It is time to change some of the pillars of the imperial court. Sun Yin, this old man wants to test you. He has already given you a question. You will answer it. Tell me roughly about the direction of the imperial court and why it is like this. Sun Yin smiled. Then let's start with 2 of the 3 imperial edicts. Liu Baijie has been promoted to Minister of War and Yuan Guo has been promoted to Minister of Rights. Now the Jiyu Lu has changed from General Jiyu Zhentang to the villain Tu Chen Zhibao and then to the Tongxi sword saint of the Lu family of Yangzhou. The people of the Jiyu Lu have gradually scattered and can no longer be as united as before. With Guangling Taoist Lu Shengxiang entering the Ministry of War, the Ministry of War is truly the Emperor's Ministry of War. The Jiyu Lu has only the form but not the spirit. Before the second master Chen Zhibao left his post, he suppressed the treasurer Huang Yi. The original backbone of the Jiyu Lu, Jiyu Zhentang, purposely turned a blind eye to it. He took the initiative to send a message to the imperial court that the surname of the Jiyu Lu is no longer Jiyu. The emperor has the final say on what the surname of the Jiyu Lu should be. With the departure of the Jiyu Lu, only the Zhong faction was left. It should have been a scene of a higher level, but the Grand Secretary did not do so. In fact, for the past 10 years, the Grand Secretary had intended to cut off his own branches and leaves. He expelled Yuan Guo and Han Lin and deliberately distanced himself from the Hanlin Academy where he had made his fortune. He allowed the Crown Prince Yin Marochun to change factions. In the end, he let the 2 tigers, Zhao Yuling of the Ministry of Appointments and Wang Xiongui of the Ministry of Revenue, fight. Zhong Lu made an unexpected choice and kept the relatively weak Minister of Revenue instead of Zhao Yuling. It could be said that the Zhong faction in the imperial court had been retreating step by step over the past few years. But it did not matter. As long as the Grand Secretary was in charge of Zhong Lu, no one dared to make trouble. The Grand Secretary had been dormant in the Hanlin Academy for more than 10 years, and no one knew that he had made the first move. The layout in the Shangshu province was the middle stage that many people could only see through the fog. The next stage was probably the end. The Minister of Rights did not let the Crown Prince Yin Marochun, who was widely expected to take over. Obviously, this was the first step in the final stage of the struggle for power between the Emperor and the Prime Minister. Both sides had a tacit understanding. In the next few years, Yin Marochun would end the situation of the Imperial Secretariat being a piece of sand without a leader. He would become the Grand Secretary in name and the second in power, sharing the limelight with the current minister Zhong Julu. The Minister of Rights, Yuan Guo, would take over the Grand Secretary's position. He would not be the rightful next master of Zhonglu, Wang Xiongui from the Ministry of Revenue. In addition, with Old Master Huan overseeing the Shangshu province, he would be a peacemaker. The three provinces would be harmonious and would not consume too much of the national power for the struggle between the factions. As for Zhao Yuling from the Ministry of Appointments, he would at most be given the title of Grand Secretary before his death. After his death, he would be given an extremely high-ranking posthumous title. Although he would lose his position first, he would still be able to gain face. Generally speaking, it would be acceptable. Moreover, with his in-law, Yin Maro-chun, taking over the position first, Zhao Yuling would also have to avoid arousing suspicion. Huan Wen nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Then after I, Old Man Huan, die, who would be in charge of the Shangshu province? You, Sun Yin, should not have any extravagant hopes. Before I die, I will definitely send a secret memorial to His Majesty to not let you gain too much power." Sun Yin's expression was calm and tranquil. With a smile, he said, "It's not like Grand Secretary Zhong is the only one with the ability to play this game of chess. Since the Prime Minister Yin Maro-chun has already surfaced, there will naturally be another Prime Minister. Right now, he is acting as a hidden dragon in the abyss. However, as to who this person is and where he is located, I, Sun Yin, cannot guess. I will probably have to wait for quite a few years. However, this person will definitely not be the Grand Secretary or left servant Shi Daren's disciple." Huan Wen laughed aloud and said, "Kid, you're not bad. In the next 20, 30 years, it will probably be like this. Later on, this old man will bring you to Green Eye's residence. You can play a few games of chess with him. Green Eyes will most likely bear a grudge against you after you lose, so you will be able to play your part in the Shangshu province even more peacefully. You won't have to be a lackey." Yarrow Baifeng's expression was displeased. He released a heavy cold snort. Sun Yin hesitated for a moment. He then asked curiously, "Old man, why did you give Subarang Jin a punch?" The corners of Huan Wen's lips curled. Jin Lanting, that kid, being a parental official for the common people of Liang shouldn't be bad. Being a subject of His Majesty is even more loyal. However, when it comes to being a person, he is a bit too dishonest. I gave him a punch for his own good, so that he won't become too complacent and think that just because Green Eyes and I are backing him up, he can put everyone in his eyes. That's right, old Yarrow, this kid formed a clique in the Imperial College. I helped you vent your resentment and spread the word that I will return the money he was familiar with. Can you help me return the money?" Yarrow Baifeng said with a cold laugh, "Do you think I will help you pay this money?" Huan Wen shook the empty wine pot. With a helpless expression, he said, "No money, no wine, there is no way to continue living like this." Sun Yin continued to ask, "I heard that the new king of Beiliang sent troops to the border of Yuju and refused to accept the imperial edict." Huan Wen said with a smile, "He chose the lesser of two evils. In this way, the imperial court should know that the new king of Liang is not a pushover. In the future, if they want to control Beiliang, they will have to think twice. There won't be too many moves on the surface, such as bestowing posthumous titles. However, there will be more moves in the dark, such as transporting grain from the south into Liangliang. Speaking of which, when discussing posthumous titles during the Jellyfish Awakening season, Yang Jieshi only counted as half of the people who spoke with a conscience. The other half was just putting on an act. Only you, Yarrow Baifeng, foolishly made a big mistake. In the future, the Imperial College will definitely be Jin Lanting's. That's good. I don't want you to have an official position anyway. If you want to study, you should go into seclusion. Studying is better than anything else. After Li Yang unified the spring and autumn period, His Majesty has been very tolerant of the scholars of the world. There has never been a literary prison. I don't want it to happen to your Yarrow family." Yarrow Baifeng said with emotion, "Since he can tolerate the world, why can't he tolerate a dead person's posthumous title?" Huan Wen rolled his eyes. "Yarrow Baifeng, oh Yarrow Baifeng, have you become stupid from studying? Is the ruler not human? Can't he have 7 emotions and 6 desires? You should be content. Being able to have such a wise ruler is already the greatest fortune of a subject. Yarrow Baifeng sighed. Huan Wen handed over the wine pot. Old Yarrow, I beg you. Give me a good pot of wine. My stomach is full of old wine worms that are rebelling against me. Yarrow Baifeng could do nothing about it. He took the wine gourd and left the pavilion. Huan Wen chuckled and said, Sit down. The pedantic old scholar has finally left. You and I can say some rebellious words. After Sun Yin sat down, he said softly, Between the previous emperor and the current emperor, there is a king of Beiliang. Between His Majesty and the Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan, it is our Grand Secretary. The great general is high and the emperor is far away. He has 300,000 elite soldiers. With Beimang watching, the court does not dare to kill the Shu family. They can only wait for Shu Xiao to die and use his posthumous title to disgust people. But Grand Secretary Zhong, Huan Wen glanced at this young scholar and slowly asked, You are so smart. Does Beiliang know? Sun Yin replied with a question, I came to Great Peace City not for the emperor, but for the common people. Does old master Huan believe me? Huan Wen stared at Sun Yin and then said with a sigh, There was once a scholar called Zun Ping who also had such ambitions. In the end, he died very miserably. In the courtyard outside the pavilion, a group of spring orioles chirped, fighting over the warm branches of the trees under the warm sunlight. Huan Wen suddenly said, Beimang marched south, the king of Beiliang defended the northwest gate for the central plains, the court did not help, Hsu Fengnian died in battle at the border. If this is really the case, Huan Wen hopes that he was already dead at that time and could not see this scene. Sun Yin said calmly, If there really is a day when the court celebrates, when I go to the grave to toast, I will definitely tell old master. Huan Wen laughed and scolded, You bastard. Sun Yin scolded back expressionlessly, Old bastard. Chapter 987. In the desert beyond the Great Wall, there was a rider riding west. He had a pair of sabers at his waist. The man wore coarse hemp clothes. Further west of Liangzhu, there were 3 military towns in ancient times, Fengxiang, Linyarou, and Qingcang. They controlled the upper reaches of the Central Plains. At the same time, they formed a triangle with the Iron Gate Pass. Together, they controlled the vast western regions. However, the 3 towns had long been abandoned. They had become the perfect shelter for hundreds of thousands of refugees. These criminals were particularly brave and good at fighting. Not to mention young men, even women and children of 7 or 8 years old would fight to the death against Beiliang soldiers as long as they were given a wooden spear. The border army of Liangzhu had always had the habit of using refugees to practice martial arts. Most of the sinners' bravery was forced out by the Beiliang cavalry. They had no choice but to do something desperate. The first thing the Beiliang crossbowmen did was to throw them here. They were only given a horse, a crossbow, and a cold saber. Then, they had to pray for their own good. If they could survive for a month, they would have crossed the first threshold. If they died, even collecting their corpses would be an extravagant hope. They would have long been whipped to pieces by the sinners who hated Beiliang to the bone. The people of Lingzhu, which was far from the border, all said that the children who grew up there loved to kick and play with the skulls of the dead Beiliang soldiers. Therefore, the people there were neither human nor ghost. They were extremely terrifying. When the rider traveled 200 li to the west, he encountered a group of future crossbowmen who had just entered the area. The 2 sides were on the verge of fighting. There was no need for words. The coarse hemp man casually blocked the barrage of short crossbows and 2 waves of charges without injuring anyone. The elite soldiers returned without accomplishing anything, so they gave up on trying to chew this tough bone. Although the number of heads they beheaded after returning to Liangzhu was related to the amount of money they would be rewarded, their original intention was still to survive. Since it was clear that they could not chop off this fellow's head, they quietly took a detour after picking up the crossbow bolts one by one. This place where the refugees gathered was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There was no lack of Jianghu people who fled beyond the Great Wall after committing crimes in Liang. Those who were able to gain a foothold here were either in a high state of martial arts or were proficient in unorthodox ways. Therefore, the group of armored soldiers did not find it strange that they encountered this knight in white hemp garments with a saber. What they found strange was that this young fellow had blocked all of their attacks without even drawing his saber, which made them fearful. The hundreds of thousands of refugees, a mixture of good and bad people, did not disperse. They were mainly concentrated in the 3 abandoned cities from the east to the west, Qingcang, Linyao, and Fengxiang, which had been removed from the map of Liang. This was because if they were to disperse, they would definitely become ghosts under the sabers of Beiliang's armored soldiers. The refugees rarely carried weapons with them. If these stragglers ran into groups of armored soldiers who had the potential to become Beiliang's elite scouts, even if they were not afraid of death, they would still die. As for why Beiliang did not take down the 3 cities in one go, the refugees were already extremely lucky to be alive. They were too lazy to care about this. They wanted nothing more than for the old king of Beiliang to treat them like a fart and let them go. However, when they heard that this butcher was already dead, they were skeptical. At first, they were more or less relieved. Then, there was a rumor that a new king had ascended to the throne in the 3 cities and was going to use them as an example to establish his might. Soon, a large army would be coming to the border. This immediately put them on edge. These refugees actually hated the poison warrior Li Yishan the most. When the Shu family took over Beiliang, those local wealthy families who showed even the slightest hint of disloyalty were all killed off. Not a single one was left alive. The children who were not taller than a horse's back were driven here. After that, the armored soldiers of Beiliang came here to hunt for military exploits and did not allow even a catty of salt or a piece of iron from Liangju to enter this place. It was all under the instructions of Li Yishan. In the early years, there were some who were greedy for glory and wealth and hoped to use the secret military intelligence of the 3 cities as proof of their allegiance to Beiliang in exchange for a stable life. In the end, Li Yishan ordered all of them to be killed and their corpses thrown out of Qingcang city. Only then did all of the refugees completely give up. This Beiliang person was determined to make them a lonely soul for the rest of their lives. As for the old king of Beiliang, Xu Xiao, in the past, the refugees did not hate him very much, but they feared him even more. Now that Ren Tu was dead, their hatred turned to hatred. This was because someone said that before Ren Tu died, Ren Tu's last words were that he wanted the new king to bury 200,000 refugees with him. Only if the new king of Beiliang managed to gather 1 million soldiers in the netherworld would they be able to wrestle with the king of hell. At first glance, this kind of ridiculous nonsense was actually believed by everyone in this precarious land of refugees. In the twilight, they could faintly see smoke curling up from the kitchen chimneys of several villages. In this area, there were very few Beiliang riders who dared to wander around unscrupulously. The last time they did so, it was the son of the administrator and a man with heavy pupils who came to take a stroll around the city. The man with the saber led his horse forward and asked for a ladle of water from a family living in a mud hut at the entrance of the village. The family of 4 consisted of a dark-skinned, robust couple and a pair of barefoot children. Their eyes were abnormally cold. Probably because they were intimidated by the 2 sabers at the visitor's waist, they suppressed their impulse to kill him and steal his horse. The man in charge of the family endured the heartache and scooped up a ladle of muddy water from the bottom of the water tank with difficulty and handed it over. The man was not drinking the water to quench his thirst, but was recklessly using it to clean the horse's nose. The 2 children of the family looked at the man and the horse from afar with blazing eyes. In this place, it was easier to survive with an iron saber. As for having a good horse to ride, it was purely a luxury. It was better to have a backer. Otherwise, it was tantamount to having the words kneeling and begging for death written on your face. When the young knight with grey hair handed over the ladle, he glanced at the 2 children from the corner of his eyes. They were both looking at the saber. There was a young child at the tumbling horse pass who was looking for a clean Jianghu dream in his heart. The children here were thinking about how to kill if they were killed. The 2 were worlds apart, but there was no right or wrong. Before leaving with the horse, he took out a large piece of silver from his bulging money bag and threw it over. The man caught the silver and took a big bite out of it. He grinned at him, but there was no gratitude in his eyes. Not long after, the man called over more than 20 young and robust men in the village. They carried wooden spears that every family could not live without. There were also some robust women and slightly older children who were unwilling to be left behind. They aggressively intercepted the wanderer who accidentally revealed his yellow and white substance. It was not accurate to say that they intercepted him, because the man stopped his horse not long after leaving the village, as if he had been waiting for them. The man with the saber gently threw the money bag in the open space in front of him and said in an authentic Bailiang accent, "If you are not afraid of death, take it if you have the ability." Chapter 988. As a result, no one dared to act rashly. Of course, the bag of silver was tempting, but this young ranger with a sword and a horse didn't look like someone who would be easily killed. Seeing that they weren't moving, the ranger squeezed his horse's belly, and the horse's hooves gently stepped on the ground, heading towards the bag of silver. At that moment, a wooden spear flew out at high speed, and the sharpened spear was aimed at the ranger's chest. The person who threw the spear was a tall and sturdy young man. The young man's spearmanship was trained by killing countless cunning gerbils. Naturally, he stabbed wherever he pointed, and his accuracy was impeccable. Unfortunately, the ranger didn't know how to move the wooden spear. He turned the tip of the spear around and grasped it lightly. Other than the vicious young man who didn't know what to do, the rest of the men and women retreated with their spears, drawing a clear line between them and the young man. The ranger with a sword pierced the money bag with the tip of his spear, and urged his horse slowly towards the young man. The money bag was tightly knitted, and it slid to the middle of the wooden spear before stopping. The horse's hooves weren't heavy, but they hit the hearts of the refugees. The young man who was tempted by the money didn't wait for death. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, facing the man and the horse. He didn't run in a straight line, but like a snake slithering in the sand, the agile young man swept past the horse's head, and with a twist of his toes, he fiercely slammed into the side of the horse's belly. The ranger casually reached out, grabbed the young man's head, and threw it up high, the tip of his spear aimed at the young man's belly. At that moment, a wail came from behind the men and women, and a skinny little girl staggered out of the human wall. The ranger frowned, and the spear drew half an arc in the air. The young man fell heavily to the ground, escaping the fate of being pierced by his own spear. He shook his head, and after trying his best to stand up, he shielded the skinny little girl behind him and stared at the ranger with a wooden spear on the horse's back. The ranger threw the wooden spear, and it was nailed into the yellow sand a few steps in front of the young man and the little girl. His gaze leaped over the young man's head, and he glanced at the group of refugees. Only then did he pull on the reins and turn around to leave. The little girl, who was so skinny that she couldn't even get frostbite, sobbed as she hugged the young man who was dependent on her for survival. The young man who survived the disaster pulled out the spear with trembling hands and pulled the heavy money bag onto his hand. He untied the knot and poured out a small piece of broken silver. Then, he handed the money bag to the elders in the village to divide the spoils. It was not that the young man was poor and generous. It was just that even if he took a little more than that, he would be beaten up badly. But this time, the young man was greatly surprised. None of the 30 or so men and women in the village came forward to take the money bag. The young man wasn't stupid. He remembered the glance the ranger gave him before he left. It was obvious that the Jianghu expert had made these people not dare to touch the silver. The young man didn't have any elders in his family. Even if he hadn't studied for a day or learned a word, he had still been taught the ways of the world. He used the money to buy a pitiful amount of dried meat and coarse grain from those people. After squandering the money bag, the young man didn't rush back to the village. Instead, he gave the small piece of broken silver to his little sister, squatted down, and let her ride on his neck. He slowly stood up, holding the wooden spear that had almost taken his life. The young man was somewhat annoyed that the money bag had also been taken by someone else. He looked in the direction of Qingtsang City, but he couldn't see the ranger anymore. The young man smiled brightly and said, "Little grassroot, it's silver." The little girl, who was holding the broken silver tightly, rested her chin on her older brother's head and made a sound of agreement. The rider rushed into the dilapidated Qingtsang City before the gates were closed. There was no such thing as a pass here. Being able to stay alive was the biggest pass. Who cared about your surname or your household registration? In this city, it didn't matter if you were Zhong Julu or Grand Secretary Zhong. It was the same even if you were the emperor's son. Perhaps only that person surnamed Shu from Beiliang had the authority to make a decision. After the ranger entered the city, he sat high on his horse and looked around. It was indeed different from the cities within Beiliang's jurisdiction. It had nothing to do with whether it was rich or poor. Tumor Pass was also poor, but the people on the streets lived a stable and free life. On the streets of Qingcang City, there was actually no lack of well-off men dressed in silk and satin. However, everyone was afraid of danger and looked at each other with deep vigilance. Moreover, there were very few travelers who were alone. Most of them were in groups. Some of the local ruffians squatting on the streets with nothing to do were not as lazy as the local tyrants of the Central Plains, who gave people the feeling that they were half dead. At this moment, the people who raised their heads to look at him were all emitting ominous glints. It was as if they had calculated how much money he, a horse, 2 knives, and all of his belongings could be sold for. They were also weighing whether or not they should risk their lives for this windfall. In this dangerous place where everyone was jackals and wolves, if a scholar who could recite the wind and recite the moon was thrown into the city, he would probably end up being hacked to death on the spot. The ranger raised his head slightly and saw the tallest wolf smoke arrow tower in the city. Out of the hundreds of thousands of refugees, only 4 people had managed to carve out a bloody path and proclaimed themselves as kings in the past 20 years. 3 of them had occupied Fengxiang, Linyao, and Qingcang respectively, and the last vassal king had established a huge sect between Linyao and Fengxiang that could support tens of thousands of people. The one who held Qingcang was the weakest because he was constantly being cut by Beiliang's cavalry with blunt knives. However, he was also the most violent. His real name was Cai Junchen, and he used to be a mediocre swordsman on Liang Lake. Later on, he was lucky enough to make a name for himself here, and he gave himself a nondescript nickname, something like the 1000 Frost and 1000 Snow Pear Flower Sword. Whenever a famous swordsman came by, he would be invited by the master of Qingcang to exchange swordsmanship with him. After that, the swordsman's swords became Cai Junchen's treasured playthings. When he was troubled, he liked to plant famous swords all over women's bodies, and he called it a tree of pear flowers. It was clear that this city lord, who was respectfully called the Dragon King of Western Xia by the local refugees, was very elegant. The paladin followed the wolf smoke arrow tower in his line of sight and headed west. Cai Junchen's residence of the Dragon King was in the westernmost part of the city. There was no other way. Qingcang was the closest to Beiliang in the east. Cai Junchen would be able to escape faster if he abandoned the city. The Dragon King of Western Xia kept saying that he would lead his troops to Mount Qing Liang one day. Who would believe him? Cai Junchen would probably be the first to not believe him. The residence of the Dragon King in Qingcang City encompassed the entire western part of the city. Based on the structure of the capital, it was divided into the inner palace and the outer palace. The so-called walls of the palace were merely red battlements that were 20 feet tall. However, some of the palaces and pavilions in the city were covered in bright yellow glazed tiles. It was not easy for them to have a little bit of the spirit of an imperial family, but they were all ruined by the arrow towers of different heights. Every time there was a rebellion in Qingcang, the palace walls would be easily flipped over. Then, it would be these porcupine-like arrow towers that would do the work. However, this kind of rebellion would at most number 200 to 300 people. It was not even comparable to the chaotic battles of horse bandits in the land of refugees. When this rider was still 100 feet away from the gate of the palace, he was intercepted by a group of leather-armored foot soldiers who were holding a rarely seen shiny iron spear. The leader was a burly man who looked like a military officer. He wore an old southern Tang-style armor. When he caught a glimpse of the 2 sabers that the bold fellow was carrying, he could not shift his burning gaze away. He laughed loudly and said, "There is a thief who has trespassed into the palace. Men, kill him on the spot." More than 20 spear-wielding foot soldiers rushed over. There was no formation to speak of, but they had the advantage of being vigorous and incomparably dauntless. Suddenly, the military officer shouted sternly, "Wait!" The foot soldiers stopped abruptly. The burly man in Tang armor pulled out his saber and pointed at the paladin. He laughed and said, "Boy, your saber is a good one. Before you die, Tell me the name of your saber. Snatching a famous saber is not the same as snatching a woman. The latter does not need to care about the name. I do not know how to take pity on women, but I am a man who cherishes a good saber. The paladin was dressed in a hemp robe as white as snow. He smiled and said, "One is embroidered winter, the other is crossing the river soldier." Chapter 989. The lieutenant in old tang armor chewed on the meaning of the two names but did not find anything special. Instead, he felt that they were not very particular and could not be used to scare people. Somewhat disappointed, the lieutenant raised the tip of his sword and pointed at the rough man. More than 20 spear-wielding infantrymen rushed forward. The young man on the horse had a calm expression. His right index finger lightly tapped the back of his right hand that was holding the reins. Just as the infantrymen were about to stab the man and the horse into hedgehogs, a rider rushed out of the palace. A thunderous roar tried to stop the infantryman's charge. However, there were still 2 strong infantrymen who could not stop in time and quickly thrust out their iron spears. Then, with a bang, the 2 guards flew back along with their spears. It was as if their chests were pierced by a powerful arrow. They exploded into a large pool of blood and fell to the ground dead. The Tang Jiao lieutenant had good eyesight and knew his stuff. If he wasn't a martial pathmaster, he would have dug out his eyeballs to see how the linen-clothed ranger killed without leaving a trace. He turned his horse around and respectfully bowed to the general who rushed out of the palace gates. He cupped his fists and said, "I greet the East Conquering General." The middle-aged general who was respectfully called the East Conquering General glanced at the face of the infantryman. He noticed that there was a hint of mockery at the corner of the man's mouth. This rough man actually blushed. This general of his was naturally wild. The Lord of Qing Kang, Cai Jun Chen, gave him an official position and rewarded him with some second-grade or third-grade official titles. In any case, he did not need a single copper coin from Cai Jun Chen. Other than He Dajie, the great general of the East, there were also Anchi Garrison, North Patrol, and South Patrol. In any case, they had gathered the East, West, North, and South. East of Qing Kang was Northern Liang. Thus, great general of the East, He Dajie, had often been teased by his political opponents. They all said that they were waiting for him to go to Northern Liang and achieve a great victory. In name, He Dajie was a general, but in reality, he only had 1,500 soldiers and horses under him. The armored soldiers did not make up half of them. He Dajie did not pay attention to the lieutenant who touched the pot that did not boil. His expression was serious as he cupped his fists and said calmly, "My king would like to invite you into the palace for a chat. What do you think?" The infantryman nodded. He still did not realize that he had stepped into a tiger's den. He held the reins with both hands and looked at the city gates. The light horses hoof stepped on the green jade tiles, making a crisp sound. He Dajie followed behind the infantryman with a complicated expression. His heart was in turmoil. When the infantryman approached the city, a secret letter was sent to the residence of the Dragon King. The Qing Kang King, who did not attend court every night, was frightened. He hurriedly kicked away a few naked bodies beside him and rolled off the bed. He put on a poorly made dragon robe and was about to convene a court meeting. In addition to He Dajie, there was also Jiang Heng, the South Patrol General. Together with the Queen and a few civil and military officials, they were arguing over a portrait. Jiang Heng insisted on killing His Royal Highness of Beiliang before discussing anything else. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyway, the new king of Beiliang had the intention to bury hundreds of thousands of refugees with the old king. Either way, he would die. Even if he killed the man in the portrait, even if he angered the Beiliang cavalry, he could just take the head and thousands of elites and escape to Beimang. Cai Jun Chen specially asked the confidant of the Qing Kang king, who was in charge of spies, whether Beiliang had deployed a large number of troops to the border. The answer he received was no. The man in the portrait had left Liangju alone and entered Qing Kang City alone. This made the timid and cautious Cai Jun Chen even more uncertain. Was this guy tired of living? Did he really think that he could win people over with virtue in the refugee land just because he was the king of Beiliang? Did he want Cai Jun Chen to take off the dragon robe that he had only worn for a few years and kowtow to him? Was he willing to be a lackey for a hothead who did not have hair on his mouth? Cai Junchen could not stand the instigation and clamor of most of the civil and military officials. He gritted his teeth. He had originally made up his mind to send out all the masters in the residence of Dragon King and 2,000 cavalrymen to kill that guy at the gate of the imperial city today. However, the queen and Hidajie did not agree. They said that the guy surnamed Shu gave up his position as the king of Beiliang and came to Qingkang City to seek his own death. Even if he did not have good intentions, he would not be able to stir up any trouble in the residence of Dragon King, which was heavily guarded by swords and spears and arrow towers. It was better to meet him and listen to his plans before making the corresponding trade-offs. There were only benefits and no harm. In the end, Hidajie was scolded by an old official for being soft-hearted. Fortunately, he had the support of the queen, so he was able to ride out of the palace and welcome the new Prince of Liang, who was wearing mourning clothes. After passing through the city gate, there was another palace gate. Hsu Fengnian suddenly laughed and said, "Hidajie, I heard that you and Yang Ruanyu, who was guarding the gate just now, and his father, Yang Yoshua, were both subordinates of the deputy commander of Beiliang's infantry army, great ancestor Jiyu." Hidajie acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He carefully worded his words and said coldly, "The past is not worth mentioning. Old General Jiyu has become a high official of Beiliang. It is a good thing, but it is not my turn to congratulate him." Hsu Fengnian laughed softly and said, "The deputy commander of Beiliang's infantry army is only of the second rank. Only Yang Wenwan and Yuan Zuozong have the same rank as you, Great General Zhendong. Speaking of congratulating, it should be great ancestor Jiyu who should congratulate you." Hidajie, who was ridiculed to the extreme, snorted coldly. The palace gate opened and a dozen people walked out. The official embellishments were either red-crowned cranes, golden pheasants, or unicorns and lions. The one in the middle was not Cai Junchen, but a noble woman wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe. It was hard to say what kind of motherly style she had, but the thumb-sized pearls hanging all over her body were very valuable. If this group of aggressive fellows were in Liyang, their entire family would have been exterminated just based on their overbearing attire. There were 2 arrow towers built inside the palace wall. Soon, someone drew their bow and shot an arrow, giving Hsu Fengnian a show of strength. It was the long-lost Shishu chain arrow, the mother and son-linked heart arrow. The 2 arrows were of different lengths and were shot at Hsu Fengnian's face. The mother and son-linked heart arrow was only an entry-level archery skill in the Shishu chain arrow. Hsu Fengnian flicked his sleeve and caught the 2 arrows. He held them horizontally in front of his chest and broke them inch by inch and threw them on the ground. He saw the Southern Patrol General Jiang Heng, who was known as the #1 master of Qingkang, pull out his saber, walk down the stairs and swagger towards him. Hsu Fengnian turned to Hidajie and laughed, "Is this how you treat your guests in Qingkang?" Hidajie said with a straight face, "Whether it is a toast or a punishment depends on your ability." Chapter 990. Shu Fengnian smiled and dismounted from his horse. Jiang Heng was like a wild horse that had escaped from its reins. He charged straight at Shu Fengnian with his saber. His momentum was overwhelming. However, when he was 10 feet away from the young lord of northern Liang, everyone saw an incredible scene. General Jiang's saber art was like a rainbow. It was beautiful and murderous. It was obvious that he had gained the upper hand by showing his strength. However, before he could even touch the rough guest's body with his saber, streams of scarlet blood began to emerge from his body like fountains. This was the miserable scene of a warhorse crashing into the Mo saber formation. The bystanders felt baffled, but the Southern Patrolling Grand General himself felt as if he had fallen into the clouds and mist, complaining incessantly. He hastily stopped the saber momentum that was tantamount to suicide, and was about to decisively retreat to evade the edge of the saber. His body was pierced with 6 holes by the invisible sharp weapons. He did not know who to complain to. Could it be that the young man in front of him, who had both hands in his sleeves and was clearly 2 feet away from the twin sabers at his waist, was a master of secret weapons who was proficient in the sleeve universe? Jiang Heng originally wanted to gain some face for the Dragon King residence so that the Azure Kingdom could bargain with the Beiliang. Now, He gave up on this thought and thought that stopping the bleeding was the most important thing. However, everything in front of him turned black and the South Patrolling General had no more words to say. HSU Fengnian held Jiang Heng's head that was dripping blood on the ground with one hand and the headless body with the other. He threw it up and smashed it onto the watchtower where the archer was at. Instantly, the fence shattered. The East-conquering General He Dajie behind HSU Fengnian swallowed his saliva. He couldn't help but feel sad for Jiang Heng. He had never gotten along with Jiang Heng, but Jiang Heng died in just one exchange. Who knew if the next one would be He Dajie, who he hadn't even reached Master Realm yet? HSU Fengnian threw the head and it rolled all the way to the bottom of the stairs. He smiled and said, "You don't want to do it the easy way, but you want to do it the hard way." He Dajie's face was really ugly and he got off the horse silently. HSU Fengnian raised his voice and slowly walked forward. "Tell Cai Jun Chen to get his ass out here. This king has already given the Qing Kang Empire enough face by entering the city. If you don't accept the face I've given you, you'll end up like Jiang Heng." The fox-like woman who was dressed as the empress of a country raised her arm. Behind her, no less than 200 armored guards rushed out and stood in formation at the bottom of the stairs. Almost at the same time, numerous archers appeared on the palace walls. There were also more than 10 old men who looked like they were guarding beside the woman. The elites of the residence of Dragon King had all come out. HSU Fengnian looked around. The gate of the royal palace had been closed. Outside the gate, hundreds of soldiers with spears swarmed into the city. It seemed that they had made up their minds to close the gate and beat the dog. The woman pushed away a squire who was carefully guarding in front of her and glanced at the head at the bottom of the stairs. She raised her head and smiled coquettishly. "King of Beiliang, Qing Kang's hospitality is not small, is it? If you can still take it, I respect heroes the most. What's wrong with helping you bathe and change your clothes?" HSU Fengnian gestured with his finger, indicating for the residents of Dragon King to make their move. The first batch of 30 armored soldiers surrounded and attacked. HSU Fengnian crossed his arms in front of his chest and remained indifferent. With a crash, the first batch of 30 heads that formed a circle were thrown high into the air. The second batch of armored soldiers did not have time to stop and their heads flew into the air again. These two batches of people were cut off from their shoulders as if they were being twirled and swung by a child to cut rice. The beautiful woman who looked like the most beautiful courtesan in a brothel was truly ruthless. There was no fear on her pretty face as she ordered, "Continue to attack. All captains, draw your swords and supervise the formation. Those who retreat without permission will be killed without mercy. After this, their families will be exterminated. The person who obtains the greatest merit today will be given half of the property of the Southern Patrol General, Jiang Heng." HSU Fengnian closed his eyes and concentrated. After the 3 batches of armored soldiers were all decapitated, they learned to be smarter. The encirclement became thinner and thinner, but they still could not escape the fate of losing their heads. Fortunately, the number of casualties was quickly replenished by the armored soldiers within the palace. The square between the palace and the imperial city was still increasing in number. An old swordsman with a goatee approached the woman and reported softly, "Queen, it should be an extremely rare flying sword technique in the Jianghu. If I am not wrong, it is somewhat similar to the Wu family's sword tomb." The woman frowned. "I don't care if it is a flying sword or not. I just want to know when this kind of suicidal behavior will end." The goateed swordsman glanced out of the corner of his eye at the woman's chest. His Adam's apple moved slightly, but his words were still respectful and reverent. Compared to his superior flying sword technique, this child's internal energy cultivation isn't that shocking. This old man guesses that after 200 or 300 people die in battle, this fellow will be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, Her Majesty the Queen will have external experts charge in recklessly, and they should be able to accomplish something. The Queen sneered, "Just external experts may not be enough. I feel that I need the help of a sword expert like you to hold the line." The short and thin old swordsman smiled embarrassedly. "The Queen is right. In order to solve the Queen's problems, Marrow Bishan will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. A tall and sturdy man with a long sword on his back crossed the threshold of the palace and walked to the side of the woman. He stood on the left and right of Marobishan, who was also valued by the residents of Dragon King, and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, after the flying sword technique of the Wu family's sword tomb enters the mysterious realm, there is no need for too much internal energy to support it. With a thought, the flying sword will arrive. It is not wise to die like this." Marobishan clicked his tongue. "Oh, Gu Feiqing, when did you become so familiar with the Wu family's flying sword technique that is not taught to outsiders? Could it be that you have been hiding all these years and your surname is not Gu but Wu? You have the same background as the Peach Blossom Sword God and are the illegitimate son of a sword immortal in the sword tomb?" Gu Feiqing did not even look at this old man who had been expelled from a famous Taoist sect. He said calmly, "I am only passing on the original words of Great Master Tang of the palace." Upon hearing the title of Great Master Tang, Marobishan immediately kept quiet out of fear. Those who were in power at the moment in Qing Kang knew that Cai Junction's success was due to the queen, Yu Ruru, who was good at recommending herself. Cai Junchen started from a homeless person in the past 20 years and worked under 4 powerful people. Relying on Yu Ruru's wife's relations, he was highly valued every time. Then, every time he was fully developed, he would decisively betray them. In the land of homeless people, there was a saying, "Thousands of snow and pear swords," for surnamed slaves who betrayed their wives. However, if it was only Yu Ruru who had a soft waist, Cai Junchen would not have been able to achieve what he had today. Many years ago, he met a noble whose surname was Tang. He learned many different things and his martial arts realm was unfathomable. The original Qingcang city lord, Yuan Shandong, if it wasn't for the Tang guy who captured him at the last moment, Cai Junchen would have been killed. This great bodhisattva was respected by the couple as the old master and he had not fought in recent years. Apart from that, the Dragon King residents had 2 other masters whose cultivation was unfathomable. For example, Marobishan was close to grade 2 master. Every time he saw the 3 of them who were of different ages, he would feel fear. Hsu Fengnian opened his eyes and reached out. He used his qi to grab an iron spear. He had lost his patience and wanted to break into the palace. In the land of homeless people, only knowing how to kill people could not accomplish anything. However, if one did not know how to kill people, then one could not do anything. Chapter 991. When Hsu Fengnian walked towards the palace gates with his spear, the soldiers below the steps breathed faster. Fortunately, the mistress of the residence of Dragon King, Queen Yu Ruru, did not let them die. She smiled gently and said, "Since the king of Beiliang wants to enter the palace, then I will make way for the king of Beiliang." Marobishan and the other Jianghu lackeys all carefully protected the queen and made way for him to enter the palace. Hsu Fengnian walked up the steps and crossed the threshold. Yu Ruru looked at the back of the handsome man and smiled. The square inside the palace was paved with dark green stones. 2 rows of short peach trees were planted at the foot of the wall. It was unknown what species they were, but they bloomed much earlier than in Jiangnan. The trees were short but had large flowers. The color of the flowers was not the common pink of the Central Plains. The flowers were gold and purple, and the branches were red. It was a sharp contrast to the dark green stones. One could vaguely see many scabbards hanging from the peach trees. When Shu Fengnian walked into the square, the Mother of Heaven Queen was sitting on the threshold. She leaned against a pillar, her long skirt dragging on the ground. She turned her head and smiled at the new Prince Liang, who could be called a hothead. Marobishan and Gu Feiqing looked at the queen's posture and were surprised. They did not believe that the residents of Dragon King would bow to Beiliang like this. Although the 2 of them were guests of high status in the residence of Dragon King, they rarely came into contact with confidential matters. However, this was not strange. Even Maro and Gu Feiqing felt that it was natural. The head of a family spent money to buy a dog to guard the house, not to involve it in the housework. Hsu Fengnian walked to a large stone in the center of the square and used the bottom of his spear to knock on the stone. The sound was sonorous and powerful. Only a tall old man in a goat fur hat walked out of the throne room. Hsu Fengnian still did not see Cai Junction's figure. He looked up at the empty-handed old man and said, "Tanghua Embassy, Li Yang Jiao Go, a top spy. Proficient in qi training and sword formation. I heard that Yuan Shandong died at your hands." The exposed old man looked at Hsu Fengnian and said in a loud and clear voice, "Yuan Shandong was only a spy placed in Qing Kang by Beiliang's aide, Li Yishan. He deserved to die." A cluster of gorgeous peach blossoms shook violently and a person fell heavily from the tree. This slovenly burly man sat on the ground. He accidentally pulled a scabbard and scratched his head with the scabbard. He used the scabbard and scratched his head. And then cursed in a half-baked refugee dialect, "Tanghua Embassy. What are you making like old people? I hate you like old. If you want to fight, hurry up." Hsu Fengnian glanced at the middle-aged man and frowned. It was not difficult for the man to recognize him. However, the spies from Beiliang had not obtained any accurate information about this man. Hsu Fengnian still guessed his identity. This made Hsu Fengnian feel that it was a bit troublesome. During the trip to Beimang, Tuoba Chunsun made Hsu Fengnian suffer a lot. However, the person who left the deepest impression on him was not the youngest son of Tuoba Bodhisattva, but the son of an aristocratic family called Zhongtan. At that time, there was a woman from the princess's tomb who pretended to be his personal maid. Hsu Fengnian had experienced her bold steely writing skills. Zhongtan's father was Zhong Shentong, one of the 12 great generals of Beimang. His uncle was Zhong Liang, one of the 10 great devils of Beimang whose true strength was second only to Luo Yang. Zhong Shentong would not give up his position as a great general and come to Qingcang City to make a small fuss. Therefore, he could only be Zhong Liang, who was ranked high and low in the Jianghu of Beimang, depending on his mood. Zhong Liang was a famous romantic figure in Beimang. He was unrestrained and unrestrained. On the path of martial arts, he could easily win against the top experts of the 10 great devils. However, he also dared to lose to some of the soft persimmons who were ranked at the bottom. The great devil in front of him was 70 to 80% similar to his nephew Zhonggui, who was killed by Hsu Fengnian. However, he was more similar to his nephew Zhongtan. Luo Yang had once said that among the 9 devils behind her, only Zhong Liang could enter her eyes. Hsu Fengnian turned around and looked at the tall and sturdy man with a thick beard. He smiled and asked, "Zhong Liang?" The man made a sound of surprise and did not deny it. "How do you know me?" The man patted his head and suddenly realized. "Zhonggui was actually killed by you when you went back to Beimang last time? No wonder I felt something was wrong when I looked at that girl who was not married yet." When the two of them were talking about how others could not understand the heavenly book, Elder Tang of Qingcang City and Jiao Go of Liyang squatted down silently in the hall of Tanghua, with one hand on the ground. Hsu Fengnian was lost in thought and turned a blind eye to the movements of the hall of Tanghua. When the land of refugees was in its embryonic form, the warlords were divided, mainly relying on the original family names of Beiliang, and quickly wringing out political power one by one. What followed was an extremely chaotic internal strife. Thus, a large number of tyrannical martial artists with powerful skills like Yuan Shandong, the former lord of Qingcang City, stepped onto the stage. The big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. The idle forces were purged and annexed, and from the turmoil to the stability, they encountered an invisible bottleneck and could no longer expand their territory. In the eyes of many people, Yuan Shandong's martial arts cultivation was not bad, but they lost because of their lack of strategy. As a result, people who were good at dealing with political affairs were born, and Cai Jun Chen was one of them. In terms of martial arts, Maro Bishan and Jiyu Feiqing could easily kill dozens of Cai Jun Chen in one breath, but in the end, the one who relied on others' charity was still Maro Jiyu. However, it did not mean that there were no refugee leaders with both martial arts cultivation and shrewdness. In fact, Yuan Shandong was not as lacking in strategy as the outside world said. It was just that Qingcang City was close to the southern dynasty to the north, Beiliang to the east, and there were a few big forces in the west who had bad intentions. Their situation was especially difficult. Not to mention other things, 2 of the 3 great consecrators in the residence of the Dragon King, one was Elder Jiao Go, and the other was the Devil of Beimang. HSU Fengnian knew very well that after his master, Li Yishan, had single-handedly created the situation of hundreds of thousands of refugees using the shell as a training ground, he had been watching the situation in these years. This strategist saw him as a small world in the great wide world, coldly watching the ants fight for the ant nest. The world was full of strange things. Li Yishan could see everything from the top floor of the tide-listening pavilion. Regarding the movements of the refugees, Li Yishan had once written a book, Records of Knowing Autumn. It described in detail the rise and fall of people, gains and losses, so that HSU Fengnian, a scholar, could know autumn with a single leaf. Among the strategists of the spring and autumn period, Li Yishan had always been seen as inferior to Nailan Yusi, Zhao Changling, and the others because of his sinister methods. He received the nickname of Poison Scholar. Many Beiliang old generals even blamed the fact that the general was not willing to establish himself as the emperor and rule on Li Yishan's short-sightedness after Zhao Changling's death. As to the truth, probably only people like Huang Longsha, Yuan Bengxi, and Nailan Yusi could see through it and have the qualifications to make a conclusion about Li Yishan. HSU Fengnian felt slightly emotional. After the spring and autumn period, the elusive Huang Longshan set his eyes on West Chu. Yuan Bengxi, who had the right time, place, and people, set out to set up the two Liao regions. Nailan Yusi, who had no worries, took care of the barbarians in the south. Li Yishan, who was besieged on all sides, let loose hundreds of thousands of refugees. It would probably take a few more years to see which of the four was better at strategizing. This was a true fight between immortals. Zhong Liang's voice interrupted HSU Fengnian's thoughts. Shu, be careful. Old Tang is trash in close combat. However, if you are 100 feet away from him and he uses the falling flowers sword technique, even I would find it difficult to deal with him, much less a finger-profound realm expert. Zhong Liang quickly smiled and said, "The reason I am telling you is because I am afraid you will accidentally die early. I do not have the face to take your head back and ask for a reward from Her Majesty the Empress." In the Battle of the Reed Marshes outside Xiangfan City, Wei Shuyang of the Way of the Nine Pecks of Rice had once used a Daoist sword formation to break through the red armor of the Talisman Generals. Even Ancestor Lu had called this an interesting matter for those who wanted to not open a cave. Naturally, it could not be underestimated. Shu Fengnian exhaled softly, waiting to see what would happen. Chapter 992. It was easy for Zhong Liang to pretend to be a good person without spending a penny. However, HSU Fengnian did not dare to take it lightly. If the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. As long as the big devil of the Zhong family could kill him in Qingcang City, it would be a great contribution to Beimang, no matter what method it used. Therefore, HSU Fengnian not only had to pay attention to the qi-controlling sword formation of Tang Hua Guan, but he also had to pay attention to Zhong Liang, who might take advantage of the situation. Moreover, there was still a consecrator of the residence of Dragon King who was unwilling to show up. Tang Hua Guan pressed one hand on the ground and slowly pulled it up. Then, the sword hanging on the peach tree began to shake. Without exception, the tips of the more than 40 unsheathed swords hanging on the branches all pointed at the uninvited guest in the center of the square. Tang Hua Guan's free hand began to make sword gestures. The gestures were so fast that it was dazzling. Since HSU Fengnian had personally experienced the skills of the group of immortals from the Guanyin sect of the South Sea in Yuyang Mountain, he had been paying attention to the path of training qi. Tang Hua Guan's method of condensing qi to kill ghosts at this time should be the ancient Taoist unique skill of the Earth-Lung Mountain, Silent Thunder. Purple lightning lingered around Tang Hua Guan's 5 fingers. Although it was naturally much weaker than the thunder pool that Master Liu Hao had created, it was more than enough for him to be a consecrator in Qingcang City. Logically speaking, qi cultivators were like catapults used to attack a city. The power of long-range attacks could be said to be invincible. The right way to do it was to find a chance to fight with them in close quarters. If he just took a beating, he would only be exhausted. HSU Fengnian's calm posture made Yu Ruru and the others on the other side of the door sneered at him. They regarded him as a fledgling who only had cultivation but did not know the depth of Jianghu. It was just a layman watching the fun. Experts like Zhong Liang who knew the ropes did not have any sarcastic smile on their faces. This made Queen Yu, who was best at observing people, somewhat uncertain. Maro Bishan and Jiyu Feiqing were both swordsmen who had made a name for themselves in the scarlet blood of the refugee land. Compared with the swordsmen in the Central Plains, they were much more genuine. At this time, they saw the strange scene of Consecrator Tang's fingers twirling thunder. They could not care less about the scheming in the past. Maro Bishan asked softly, "That guy just watched Consecrator Tang's power to the peak, is so arrogant, he have something to rely on or he is ignorant." Jiyu Feiqing said in a solemn tone, "This vassal lord has a bad reputation. But since he can make that villain Tu leave Beiliang on his own initiative and successfully inherit the throne, I think he is not the superficial person that the outside world says. The former is more likely. Consecrator Tang's technique is mysterious. The king of Beiliang may not be unable to fight him. It is hard to say who will win." Maro Bishan also came to his senses. He twisted his beard and nodded, saying, "Indeed. As long as the brain has not been kicked by a donkey, no one will come to the Qingkang Empire to deliver a good head. I think that the one surnamed Shu either has an expert secretly looking after him, or his cultivation is really deep. Not only does he have the sword controlling technique, but he also has his trump card. TSK, I really didn't expect that Tu, who is only a second-grade martial master, would have two good sons who are better than him. If you ask me, with this talent and the tide-listening pavilion's arsenal, why should he be the king of Beiliang? Wouldn't it be better for him to roam the Jianghu? He can also make the Zhao emperor feel at ease. Maybe he will be happy and give him a golden plaque with the title #1 in the world. Old Wang likes to claim to be #2. In this way, both of them will be justified." When the Queen of Yu heard this kind of ignorant tone that was similar to a country bumpkin's, she rolled her eyes charmingly. Women were blessed by the heavens and could throw a seductive charm when they rolled their eyes. When Maro Bishan caught a glimpse of the Queen's coquettish eyes, he was almost scared out of his wits. He moved a few steps closer to the door. The woman was sitting on the doorstep. Looking down from a high vantage point, honored guest Maro could clearly see the two creases on the woman's chest. Although Maro Bishan's addiction to women in this lifetime was even more difficult to part with than practicing the sword, he had not reached the point where he would forget his life in the face of beauty. He only dared to look at the green-skinned queen right in front of his eyes. Even if Yu Ruru had stripped naked and stood in front of him, no matter how much Maro Bishan lusted after her, he would not dare to touch her. This was the power that was more powerful than any swordsmanship in the world. Maro Bishan learned of this very late and realized it. That was why he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He did not fight for the ranking of the Jianghu experts in his hometown in the old Dongyu. Instead, he came to the land of refugees to help the residents of the Dragon King. Chapter 993. The tip of the sword pointed at the spear. The young man's sheathless sword finally broke free from its shackles and left the peach tree. It pressed down towards the center of the square from the east and west. The hanging swords left their branches and cut off many faint golden and purple petals. It was a beautiful scene. The brilliance of the 40 swords was similar to the lightning that surrounded the Tanghua pavilion's palm. Hsu Fengnian was a bit regretful. The flying swords that Ng Tai gave him outside the Shunwu city were destroyed by the human cats. There was a gap in the 24 hours. His lightning sword formation also lost a lot of power. Otherwise, don't look at how aggressive the Tanghua pavilion's lightning sword formation was. Hsu Fengnian didn't even need to use the iron spear to move. Using a sword formation to defend against a sword formation, his shield was definitely stronger. Old Spy Zhao Go's spear had no effect. In fact, the essence of the 12 Lingxi sword tomb flying swords was not in the flying swords themselves, but in the sword intent and secret technique that each sword contained. This was an epiphany he had gained when he observed the alternation between day and night on the top of the Dunhuang city tower. Later on, he obtained the Great Qin sword behind the Yellow River Dragon Wall. The 12 Lingxi swords were divine Rui, so he could just destroy a few of the flying swords and rebuild them. Although he had an agreement with the Guanyin sect's Qi refining Grandmaster Dripping Water and the charcoal girl that sold charcoal, He needed to use the ancient sword that was made of the same material as the wooden horse to forge the 81 talisman swords in Yuyang Villa. Logically speaking, even if he did not use the ancient sword buried in the mausoleum, he could still cut off some of the talisman generals in red armor from the Reed Marsh and Iron Gate Pass and use them to forge the 12. However, Hsu Fengnian had other plans. In Liangzhu, he had entered the extremely hidden Beiliang machine-making bureau several times. Using his identity as His Royal Highness and the new King of Beiliang, he ordered the machine-making bureau to put down all the work at hand and start a huge project under the leadership of the Master of Moism. However, Second Sister and Chu Lushan had no right to ask about this secret. After Shu Weixiong, who had some master-disciple relationship with the Master of Moism, entered Wutongin, he completely left the machine-making bureau and handed it over to Hsu Fengnian, who liked to play at the machine-making bureau since childhood. Naturally, no one knew about the young king's plan. Even though Hsu Fengnian had only been practicing his saber, cultivating his will, and secretly practicing his swordsmanship for the past few years, other than the daughter of the spear immortal Wang Xiu, the instant spear, Xu Yanbing, and Han Laoshan, the two spear experts who could be ranked in the top 3 in the world, he had been influenced by them. Even with an iron spear in his hand, he was still able to make a whistling sound like the wind with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Every time the spear struck out, he would directly smash a sharp sword that was close to him. More than 40 Thunder Sword talisman swords were as weak as paper under the strike of the iron spear. Not only was Tang Huaguan's expression solemn, but the two guests, Queen Yu Ruru and Maro Jiyu, also had their eyes opened. Zhong Liang was still calm and composed. The peach blossoms around him were torn apart by the sword aura and danced all over the sky. He casually picked up a few petals in front of him and threw them into his mouth to chew. Then, the great demon saw a sword being pierced towards his head by the iron spear. The Beimang expert, whose mouth was full of peach blossoms, sneered vaguely and allowed the flying sword, which was tainted with the aura of the talisman, to stab straight towards his head. He did not expect that when the tip of the sword was about to touch Zhong Liang's glabella, not only did Zhong Liang not move at all, but there was also not even the slightest flow of qi. The flying sword actually spun around cheerfully like a swallow returning to its nest. It kept circling around Zhong Liang's shoulders until the spiritual qi on the sword dissipated and it fell to the ground. On this point, not to mention Yu Ruru, Maro Bishan, and Jiyu Feiqing, the two sword experts, even the qi cultivator Tang Huaguan could not understand the mystery. Only Hsu Fengnian knew. There was once a rumor in the Jianghu that there was a dragon girl in the South Sea whose swordsmanship was godly. The wind was strong and the waves were fast, and her sword could travel 10,000 miles. The barefoot young woman, nicknamed the Charcoal Girl, had once shown such a skill that was similar to Zhong Liang's in Yuyang Mountain Villa. At that time, even Hsu Fengnian's flying sword, which had a complete sword embryo, was unusually docile and almost changed sides. It was all thanks to the Charcoal Girl's sword embryo, which was a once-in-a-century sword embryo. She was born to make famous swords feel close to her, as if they were meeting an old friend. Hsu Fengnian's original intention was to test the situation slightly and roughly confirm the strength of the demon. He did not expect Zhong Liang to be so honest and openly reveal his sword embryo talent. Tang Huaguan's lips moved slightly as he silently chanted a spell. He pressed down with both hands and the second wave of flying swords flew out from the depths of the residence of Dragon King. There were only 50 or so swords. However, Hsu Fengnian really had the capital to underestimate the scale of this sword formation. He once had a magnificent feat of borrowing swords from Yuyang Mountain Villa and used thousands of snowflakes as swords. Tang Huaguan's sword formation was originally based on talismans and spells. In the eyes of today's famous swordsman, this was naturally an insignificant skill. Hsu Fengnian's underestimation was one thing, but he did not forget to secretly learn the falling banner loathing and impeachment technique from the demon-slaying platform of Mount Longhu. However, at that time, the great immortal Qi Shenzhu had used the Sky Thunder as a banner to suppress several sky demons in Mount Zhulu. Tang Huaguan's loathing and impeachment technique was just a copy. It was probably not even 1,000th of the majesty of the demon-slaying platform on the Lotus platform. When Zhong Liang saw Hsu Fengnian's curved spear technique, he was surprised. Back then, one of the 4 grandmasters, Wang Xiu, went deep into Beimang's hinterland as if there was no one there. Countless heroes of Beimang died under Wang Xiu's 4 words formula. The 2 words formula of Beng Tuo and Drag were already a complete mess. The 3rd word formula of curved spear technique was even more frightening. Zhong Liang had wandered the Jianghu for many years and his martial arts were especially diverse. He was also a rare martial arts genius and was the only person in Beimang whose aptitude was better than his own. Unfortunately, Zhong Liang was born unrestrained and did not have a fixed nature. He rarely took a fancy to things that people valued. Not only did he have no love for power, he also followed his interest in martial arts. This was why he could not be ranked among the top 10 masters in the world. Zhong Liang rubbed his eyelids with both hands and said with a smile, "It really is Wang Xiu's curved word formula. Good boy, you can learn whatever you want. You have my style." Zhong Liang stared at it for a while and then turned his head to the queen on the other side of the door and made a gesture to ask for an iron spear. 3 arcs formed a force, 3 forces formed a small circle, 3 small circles formed a large circle, growing and multiplying endlessly. Back then, Wang Xiu had used the curved word formula to fight with one of the 4 grandmasters, the talisman General Jiao Ren, for 3 days and 3 nights. It was said that Wang Xiu's last arc encompassed a radius of 3 miles, killing all the birds and leaving not even a blade of grass alive. When the curved spear technique does not arc, I will die. For the first time, Zhong Liang, who had been hiding his identity in the land of refugees, felt an itch to fight. Hsu Fengnian's curved spear technique contained the collapsing thunder technique and the dragging spear technique. The horizontal and vertical sword formations of the Tanghua Pavilion could not withstand it. Hsu Fengnian's curved spear technique had already covered the entire square. Yu Ruru and the others could only see the peach blossoms spinning rapidly along with the dense gang qi. Hsu Fengnian twisted the spear around his body and used the Beimang demon Lord Duan Bo's famous lightning spear technique. Internally, he used the qi-controlling technique of the Wu family's sword tomb and externally, he used Wang Xiu's collapsing word formula to throw the spear at the great consecrator of the residence of the Dragon King. After throwing the spear, Hsu Fengnian narrowed his eyes and felt a little incredulous. This old consecrator's desperate actions were too hasty. Other people would be desperate to escape, but this old spy Zhao Go actually held his sword without any regard for his life and allowed the spear to pierce through his abdomen. Like an arrow at the end of its flight, he leapt up and stabbed at Hsu Fengnian. Hsu Fengnian leaned to the side to avoid the sword. He gently stretched out an arm that was faintly wrapped in red silk and pressed down on Tanghua Pavilion's head, forcing him to kneel in front of him. Before dying, Tanghua Pavilion, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, moved his lips with difficulty. There was no hatred in his eyes. Instead, there was a sense of relief. The old man silently uttered his last words. 2 words. Childish. Go. Chapter 994. Hsu Fengnian was confused. Most of the command of the mad dog Zhao Go, who had been used by Li Yang to eliminate dissidents, was originally in the hands of a relative of Empress Zhao Ji. Could it be that the old spy from the Tanghua embassy had received Zhao Ji's secret order? But how could Zhao Ji be a woman with a bodhisattva's heart? The friendship between the Shu and Zhao families was actually divided into 2 parts. One was between Xu Xiao and the previous emperor, and the other was between Hsu Fengnian's mother and Zhao Ji. However, both of these had disappeared outside of the Zhouzhou embassy the last time Hsu Fengnian entered the capital. Furthermore, between the land of refugees and the Zhao family of Li Yang was the majestic Beiliang. How could it be Zhao Ji's turn to give orders? Hsu Fengnian was suddenly shocked. He even dared to refuse the emperor's imperial edict. Although he didn't care about Zhao Ji's scheming, perhaps he had miscalculated one thing. This made Hsu Fengnian feel a trace of unease. However, at this time, he couldn't change his plan at the last minute. At most, he would use the stupidest method. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Let's see who is the mantis and who is the oriole at the end. At the door, Jiyu Feiqing threw an iron spear to Zhong Liang who was inside the door. The breeding demon weighed it for a moment before skillfully brandishing the spear. The body of the spear trembled in a subtle arc that was pleasing to the eye. With the spear in his hand, Zhongliang's aura suddenly changed. He was no longer the carefree wild crane that did not care about anything. He dragged the spear and walked forward. Zhongliang's footsteps were irregular, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It seemed like he was following his heart. In a few blinks of an eye, he had arrived in front of Hsu Fengnian without saying a word. Holding the end of the iron spear in his hand, he swung it in a straight arc, smashing the whip towards Hsu Fengnian's forehead. Hsu Fengnian was not stupid enough to use both hands to block the attack. The iron spear in his hand, which was of the same standard as Zhongliang's, drew an arc diagonally. Under the collision of the two spears, Hsu Fengnian immediately threw the iron spear out of his hand. He did not try to receive the impact of the collision on the iron spear, but he did not let it leave his hand for too long. Before the iron spear was knocked to the ground by the breeding demon, he immediately grabbed the iron spear that only had a lingering aura left in it. From an outsider's point of view, Hsu Fengnian had always held the iron spear tightly, clashing with Zhongliang head-on. Although Hsu Fengnian had used some tricks to avoid the first wave of dangerous aura pouring out of the iron spear like a flood, the vigorous internal force that Zhongliang had given the iron spear to the iron spear was unexpectedly huge. After holding the iron spear, Hsu Fengnian had no choice but to shake his wrist to use the burst formula to disperse the lingering aura on the spear. However, in a fight between masters, it was rare to see spear immortal Wang Xiu and talisman General Jiao entangled with each other day and night like this. Usually, one wrong step after another would determine the outcome of the battle. It was only after Hsu Fengnian used the collapse formula that he managed to dispel the force from his iron spear. Zhongliang continued to press forward with the momentum of the Wang Xiu vertical arc, forcing Hsu Fengnian, who had no room to maneuver, to maintain the defensive posture of the horizontal spear. Once again, Hsu Fengnian forcefully withstood the arc. Last time, Hsu Fengnian used a trick, but this time, it was Zhongliang's turn. The arc formula was true, but because of the collapse formula, a large cloud of gang qi exploded from the tip of the spear. The hard iron spear in Zhongliang's hand was curved into an unimaginably soft semicircle, and the tip of the spear was pointed at Hsu Fengnian's face. The distance between them was 1 foot, and the gang qi was 1 foot long. Hsu Fengnian could either take the full force of the iron spear arc word formula, or take the risk and try to break the gang qi of the collapse word formula, with the flying sword in his sleeve. Hsu Fengnian chose the former without hesitation. Showing off his sword controlling technique to a sword embryo was tantamount to playing with fire. Hsu Fengnian took a step back. As his body slid backwards, he bent his knees slightly to disperse the majestic qi of Zhongliang's collapse word formula. Zhongliang held the iron spear in his hand. He was not in a hurry to beat up Hsu Fengnian, who had fallen into the water. He only followed like a shadow and kept the tip of the spear a foot away from Hsu Fengnian's eyes. He did not even immediately use the collapse word formula, which had an immediate effect. His gang qi was about to appear. This great devil who was ranked second in Beimang was recklessly mocking Hsu Fengnian. The reason why Zhongliang was able to come up with a spear immortal secret technique that was on par with Hsu Fengnian's was because of his innate talent. More importantly, he had a high-profile battle in Beimang 2 years ago. His opponent was Deng Maro, who had become one of the top 10 fighters in the world. Zhongliang's deep understanding of spear techniques was on par with Hsu Fengnian's. However, on the surface, Hsu Fengnian only had level 2 internal force, which was a huge gap compared to Zhongliang's. Zhongliang was not one of those otherworldly experts who only knew how to fight behind closed doors. As a result, Hsu Fengnian's defeat was a matter of course. In terms of innate talent, Hsu Fengnian was not as good as the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat who thought he was number 1 in the world from the moment he held a sword. He was not as good as Shenyuan Jingcheng, who only knew how to read and became a Confucian sage. He was not as good as the woman who inexplicably cultivated the sword-controlling jade mystic while practicing calligraphy. He was not as good as the coal girl who was born with the sword immortal embryo. There were many more. Hsu Fengnian would lose to Zhongliang and these Jianghu playboys. But when it came to risking one's life, Hsu Fengnian might not be better than them, but he was at least not inferior. When Hsu Fengnian retreated from the two peach trees and was about to lean against the palace wall, he stopped retreating. He drew a small arc with his spear, as if he was risking his life to kill Zhong Liang in an arc. Zhong Liang was very calm and did not withdraw his spear. He took the opportunity to slowly push the tip of the spear forward half a foot. It was actually Hsu Fengnian's desperation to trade his life for Zhong Liang's. It was as if this time he was aggressive and did not intend to win a complete victory, so he deliberately hid his strength. He was gambling on whether Hsu Fengnian dared to trade his life for his life. Hsu Fengnian did not hesitate. His arc spear continued to move forward, but at the same time, his left hand grasped the embroidered winter saber on his left waist. This saber was given to him by White Fox Face. It could be regarded as Hsu Fengnian's most intimate lover. It accompanied him on 2 trips to Liang and Beimang. When Hsu Fengnian, who was on the path of cultivating his mind, held the embroidered winter saber, it was a completely different scene. It was as if the unarmed second minister of offerings of the residence of Dragon King had become a demon with a spear. Chapter 995. Zhong Liang's eyes grew colder, and the flow of qi in his body grew faster and faster. Thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind. At the critical moment of exchanging his life, this boy still did not want to escape by using unorthodox methods. Instead, he was afraid that the curved spear would cut through his waist and kill him. Would he only be at ease if he added another blow before he died? Did this boy really not think of the king of Beiliang as some kind of vassal king? Did he really have the determination to die together? Zhong Liang's gaze instantly turned hot, and he was no longer careless. The gang qi at the tip of the spear was like a burning charcoal that had been thrown out of a furnace. At the same time that Hsu Fengnian's iron spear swept past Zhong Liang, the demonic breeding head spear tip, along with the gang qi, smashed into the space between Hsu Fengnian's eyebrows. In a flash, even Zhong Liang, who was unparalleled in martial arts, was sent flying 30 feet away. However, he still could not escape unscathed, and a wound deep enough to see bone appeared on his shoulder. Zhong Liang looked at the young man who had crashed into the palace wall. His end was even more miserable than his. He had already thrown away his iron spear, but his saber had also returned to its scabbard. There was a scarlet spot between his eyebrows, and the space between his eyes was a mess of flesh and blood. However, there were red threads like slender red snakes crawling from his sleeves to his arms, then up from his neck, and up from his temples to his eyebrows. It was a terrifying sight. Zhong Liang was clearly somewhat annoyed. He muttered, "His saber technique is a bit like Jiyu Jiantang's half-baked thunder of mind. Could this dragon attachment technique be a human cat's xian? Zhong Liang sighed and looked with pity at the new King Liang who had surprised him. "If I had known, I would have put in more effort. Perhaps you could have done better. Unfortunately, there's nothing for me to do now." The ruler of Qingkang, Zhu Junchen, was holed up in the throne room. One hand was propped up against a gold-painted pillar, and the other hand was gripping the dragon jade pendant at his waist. His expression was nervous. He knew that he was only a puppet. The 3 masters all seemed to grant Qingkang's requests on the surface, but no one really took him seriously. Zhu Junchen stared at the back of an old man with his hands tucked in his sleeves. The old man was the 3rd master of the house. He was from Nanjiang and was proficient in poisons and witchcraft. Not only was he good at killing and saving people, his methods of torturing people were even more bizarre. Until now, Zhu Junchen had not figured out the exact origins of the 3 masters. Qingkang's spies had always existed in name only. It was not that Zhu Junchen did not want to do his best in this area, but that he did not have the power to do so. Qingkang was struggling at death's door in the middle of several powerful forces. Zhu Junchen had already racked his brains to buy hundreds of sets of armor and military equipment. For a small dynasty in a time of chaos, there were 2 things that truly measured the power of a country. They were not the training of retainers, the raising of lackeys, or the construction of noble mansions. The first was the practice of training soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a single day. That was the number of armors the soldiers wore. Training soldiers was a bottomless pit, and using soldiers was even more so. It was fine if they won a battle, but if they lost, they would lose everything. It was very easy to drag down a government that was independent but had an unstable foundation. The second was the collection of military secrets. This was a gold-swallowing picio that consumed a lot of money. Many of the words in the secret letters were exchanged with blood and human lives. Previously, the head of the spies in the residence of Dragon King swore that the young vassal king invaded the territory alone and that Beiliang did not have any large-scale military movements. Zhu Junshen's original intention was to sound out the young vassal king before sitting down to enjoy wine and beauties and have a good talk with him. If the young vassal king of the Liang dynasty was sincere, Zhu Junchen did not mind being a provincial governor under Beiliang or even a general with real power. If he was not sincere, it would not be too late to shed all pretense of cordiality and kill him. Unfortunately, first, the old man from the Tang Hua Club insisted on using the talisman matrix that was the most expensive item in the residence of Dragon King. Then, the third minister of offerings and Jiang Heng, the general of the cavalry troop, agreed. The second minister of offerings, Liang Zhong, who claimed to be a remnant of the spring and autumn period but spoke with a Beimang accent, chose to stand by and do nothing. This completely ruined Zhu Junshen's wishful thinking. He could only hope that the Hsu Fengnian outside the palace was dead. It would be best if the Beiliang was in turmoil and collapse. Otherwise, he could only flee to the more barren and desolate western region with a group of bodyguards. Zhu Junchen sighed and turned back to look at the golden dragon throne. He then turned his head and stood on tiptoe to look at the scenery outside the hall. He was lost in thought. Then, Zhu Junchen felt his scalp tingle. He turned around with difficulty and saw 3 men and a woman he had never seen before. 2 of them were adult men and a pair of young boy and girl. The young boy was a little fat and was rolling around on the spacious dragon throne. He seemed to be enjoying the feeling of rolling on the dragon throne. The young girl was not a beauty either. Her appearance was average. Fortunately, a fair complexion covered all her ugliness. If she was placed in the crowd of beauties and palace maids in the residence of Dragon King, Zhu Junchen, who was not happy without meat, would not even look at her. The young girl was squatting beside the dragon throne. She opened her mouth and took a big bite, as if to verify whether the dragon throne was made of gold. Zhu Junchen could ignore this pair of naughty children, but the 2 men who were about 10 years apart in age were intimidating. The slightly younger man had a majestic figure and was born with a vision of having eyes but no pupils. It was not accurate to say that he was blind. A short man dressed in the attire of the Northern Mang Northern Dynasty stood beside the majestic man, leaving Zhu Junchen with a rough side profile. He extended a hand and stroked the dragon throne. His stroke was extremely slow, as if he was yearning and ridiculing. Zhu Junchen, who was dressed in a yellow dragon robe, swallowed his saliva. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone scold him. The short man smiled and did not look at Zhu Junchen. He asked softly, "Is this dragon throne bigger or smaller than the one in the throne room of Li Yang?" Zhu Junchen knew a little about the Beimang language and replied cautiously, "It's much smaller." The man nodded and withdrew his hand that was stroking the dragon throne. He turned to face Zhu Junchen. Half of his face was covered with scars. He rubbed the scars on his face with his thumb. Seeing this scene, Zhu Junchen remembered a rumor and was shocked. He staggered back a few steps. When the Northern Liang cavalry went the furthest north, there was a young military genius from the Northern Mang who was born in the Northern Dynasty's imperial family. He pushed the roaming cavalry's invasion and plundering to the extreme, and with a small number of troops, he beat the 2 great generals of Li Yang who were still alive on the eastern front until their faces were covered in grime. In the end, he dared to rush to the western front to provide assistance, and had several direct confrontations with the Northern Liang cavalry that were like a hot knife through butter. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, he even had a slight advantage. This continued until he was at a place called Pure Gold, where he was set up by Li Yishan to the point of death. He was entangled by a fatty surnamed Chu who was also adept at lone troops and roaming cavalry. Both sides had 3,000 cavalry each. They circled around each other and attacked each other, slaughtering each other for an entire 800 li. In the end, this Northern Mang sect's general did not have a single soldier left, and the one surnamed Chu was not much better off, only having 80 or so cavalry left. That battle to the death that shook the millions of troops on both the eastern and western fronts was not enough to make the final decision, but it was enough to make all the generals sigh in admiration. At the same time, this ordinary-looking man was the most proper descendant of Baimang. He was the younger brother of Murong Empress from a different mother, Murong Baoding. Murong half-faced Buddha was all thanks to the current Beiliang Protector General Chu Lushan. This person was not only a great genius in the art of war, he was also fully deserving of the title of martial prodigy. He was not at the Great Vaja realm, but he was better than the Great Vaja realm. He had an invincible golden body and was a white-clothed monk comparable to the two Zen temples. Murong Baoding, the head of the Baimang Orange Prefecture, saw Zhu Junshen's cowardice and laughed. "You recognize him?" Then the short man pointed at the handsome man with no pupils beside him. "You should be afraid of him. He is the leader of the Ruren Three Towns cavalry, Hong Jingyan." Hong Jingyan. Although he had been demoted from the fourth world to the sixth world by the greatest demon in the world, wasn't the sixth world still an expert? Murong Baoding, who was also one of the top 10 experts in the world, was also here. What did it mean for the two of them to stand together in the Azure continent? Zhu Junchen, who was very afraid of death, already understood that life and death were up to fate. There was only one thought in his mind: the king of Beiliang outside the hall is dead for sure. Chapter 996. Zhu Junchen was not surprised that Zhu Junchen had such thoughts. In his opinion, one of the best soldiers in the army of Beiliang, the villain too, had already betrayed Beiliang and became the free and happy king of Shu. Yuan Baixiong was now the commander of the cavalry, with a high position and heavy responsibility. He would not come to the refugee land to kill a chicken with a knife. Even Han Laoshan, the personal retainer of old King Liang's junior fellow apprentice Immortal of Spear, had become the general of Lingju or the deputy general. Thinking of this, Zhu Junchen felt a little sad. Compared to the young king outside the palace, he would not have a better ending. The young man risked his life alone and tried to show enough sincerity to recruit Qing Kang. It was a good idea and there was a possibility of success. At least, Zhu Junchen believed that he would be tempted by a provincial governor or a general. However, Zhu Junchen reckoned that there must have been a fatal flaw in one of the espionage segments and the Northern Mang knew about the heavenly secret. Otherwise, the short journey from Liangju to the Qing Kang would not have required the joint efforts of the Zhu province and the Ruren to mobilize so many people. The key point was that they had timed their movements so accurately. Thinking of this, Zhu Junchen found some joy in his misery. He thought to himself, "Our Qing Kang's espionage is like a piece of tofu. Your rich northern Liang doesn't seem to be any better." At the thought of being in the same boat as the king of Beiliang, Zhu Junshen's gloomy mood brightened a little. But when the Lord of Azure saw the scene in the main hall, her heart sank to the bottom. After the dragon chair was bitten by the girl like a hungry dog, she lost interest and stood beside Baimang Baoding, holding a delicately woven silk food bag and stuffing pieces of pastries that she bought from Baimang's Nanchao market into her mouth. The little fatty was like a money grubber with a brain problem, crawling and rolling on the dragon chair, pinching and pinching, his eyes shining. After jumping off the dragon chair, he wanted to carry it away. But how could a dragon chair that weighed 1,000 pounds be so easy to carry? The young man was obviously very angry. With his back facing Zhu Junchen, he spread out his hands and suddenly pressed them on the dragon chair's two dragon heads. The golden dragon chair that was shining with a golden light instantly melted into a large pool of golden liquid at an astonishing speed, as if ice and snow were being roasted by a raging fire. The golden liquid that was used as a cushion on the steps was burned into a dazzling fire. The little fatty's boots and trousers were burned into nothing, but he himself was not injured at all. The young man fiercely fell to the ground with a plop and grabbed a handful of golden liquid, his eyes greedy. When the golden liquid flowed down the jade steps, it was originally going to pass by where the girl, Murong Baoding, and Hong Jingyan were standing, but the girl coldly snorted, and then with her as the center, the boiling golden liquid froze into a circle of gold in the blink of an eye. The girl's body was shrouded in mist, revealing a hint of frost. The girl was still angry, probably because she was angry that the fatty of the same age was obsessed with money. She ignored the golden liquid under her feet that did not decrease in temperature and directly took a series of small steps, one foot stepping on the young man's butt, causing him to fall into the boiling golden liquid. The young man turned his head to glare at her, but he quickly turned his face back to the ground, his hands cheerfully continuously hugging the golden liquid above his head. The girl's cheeks were puffed up as she chewed on some stiff pastries. She stepped on the fat boy's fat and ugly buttocks one by one, splashing a large amount of golden liquid. The golden liquid condensed into golden ice cubes of different sizes in midair, falling into the golden liquid and melting again. Seeing this, Ju Junshen's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Where did Beimang find such a pair of water and fire freaks? Murong half-faced Buddha and Hong Jingyan were enough to turn Qing Kang City upside down. With the addition of this pair of demons of unknown origin, not to mention the small Qing Kang City, they could even kill their way in and out of the heavily guarded prince's mansion in Mount Qingliang several times. Murong Baoding walked down the steps and came to Ju Junshen's side. He laughed softly and said, "If Beiliang knew that their new master had died in your house after only a few days of succession, what would you do?" Ju Junshen's mind turned quickly. He carefully responded with his awkward and unpleasant northern Beimang dialect, "Is there a place that will take me in?" The governor of Beimang, who was half a head shorter than Ju Junchen, smiled and slowly said, "Beimang is far from being as rich as Liang's central plains, but there are still many fertile grasslands. Compared to the land of refugees, it is still more suitable for living. This King's Orange province is one of the few rich places in Beimang. What's so difficult about taking in a few Ju Junchen? However, if you, Ju Junchen, want to go to Beimang and continue living the life of a local tyrant, it won't be easy. The key is that under the leadership of the residents of the Dragon King, there will be tens of thousands of refugees in Qing Kang who will migrate to Beimang. This king has come to the south this time to kill the king of Beiliang. However, if you, Ju Junchen, can make a contribution to this king can also go with you to the empress to ask for a reward. It might even be possible to get a purple gold fish pouch. I'm sure you know that there are less than 60 purple gold fish pouches in the entire Beimang. Even Hong Jingyan, who holds the Ruran army of 3 towns, only received one recently." Ju Junchen looked troubled. The difficult part of governing a land of refugees was that the refugees here never believed in propriety, justice, integrity, or shame. They especially didn't know how to write the word loyalty. Here, brothers turning against each other was common. Even father and son turning against each other and killing each other wasn't rare. In order to control the refugees, one could only use force to subdue them. There was no such thing as using virtue to subdue them. Whoever had more soldiers and horses and brighter armor would be able to defecate and piss on the heads of others. Ju Junshen's jurisdiction was centered around the ancient military town of Qing Kang, which had a population of 20,000. The influence of the residents of the Dragon King, the Ju family, would begin to decline sharply once they left the city. If news of the residents of the Dragon King being destroyed were to spread, as long as the refugees outside the city knew that it wasn't an imminent disaster, they would just pick their noses and continue with what they were doing. They couldn't be bothered to care about whether the residents of the Dragon King was surnamed Ju or something else. In addition to the less than 2,000 dragon-scale army under Ju Junshen's command, he didn't have the confidence to bring more people to Beimang, even if it was the 4,000 or 5,000 bodyguards under the command of his trusted generals. For the refugees, life in this world was like this. No matter how hard it was, it couldn't get any harder. They were used to being frogs at the bottom of a well in the land of refugees. They didn't even want to wander elsewhere. Therefore, the spread of Buddhism in the land of refugees was far deeper and more extensive than that of Confucianism and Taoism. Since they couldn't pin their hopes on riches and honor in this life, they might as well endure more hardships and endure all the hardships in their next life in hopes of being reincarnated into a good family in their next life. In the land of refugees that was full of disasters, those who could wander alone and stably were not martial arts masters who relied on their strength to bully others. Only those ascetic monks who were as poor as the refugees. Ju Junchen didn't dare to make a promise on the spot. Murong Baoding obviously knew the unique circumstances of the land of refugees, so he didn't make things difficult for Ju Junchen. He laughed softly and said, "You have your difficulties. This king can understand. In the eyes of ordinary refugees, even if they went to Beimang, even if they ate and drank well for a while, they might have to work for Beimang someday. Once the war of Liang Mang starts, the first batch of people to die will be them who defected. In other words, if you rely on Beiliang, it's the same logic. The only difference is whether you will die under Beimang's arrows or under Beiliang's horse's hooves. Since that's the case, it's naturally better to continue hiding in the land of refugees. Beimang, Beiliang, they won't go anywhere. There's a saying in your country that it's better to live than to die. It's referring to the hundreds of thousands of refugees who can get on their horses and fight. Zhu Junchen smiled flatteringly and said, "The commandant has already seen through the affairs of the world. If the military power of Beimang is in the hands of the commandant, the imperial court of Zhao can only bow and obey." Murong Baoding said calmly, "Although you're flattering against your will, you're right about this king's thoughts. Tuoba Bodhisattva's so-called god of war is only a talent in military affairs. He's just a mediocre talent. Dong Zhuo is more capable in military affairs. But no matter how capable he is, no matter how well he mingles, it's just the fate of Li Yang Shu Xiao. It's a pity that Dong Zhuo's rise came too late. The great generals of the southern dynasty who were ranked before him can still hold on for many years. Fatty Dong may not be able to smoothly reach the day when his meritorious service is so great that he can't be conferred the title of emperor." Zhu Junchen's scalp tingled. With a bitter face, he said in a low voice, "The commandant doesn't need to tell me these heavenly secrets. I'm short-sighted and my knowledge is shallow. Anyway, I don't understand." Murong Baoding, whose half-face was ferocious and terrifying, twitched the corner of his mouth. He patted Zhu Junchen's shoulder with one hand and said, "Don't worry. The current situation in the land of refugees is very delicate. The gains and losses of both sides of Liang Mang have to be calculated by double. This king has recruited Zhu Junchen, so Beiliang will have one less Zhu Junchen. In the future, they will have to face General Zhu, who has a purple gold fish bag around his waist. This kind of business where even women and children know the pros and cons, this king won't be so muddle-headed as to let his emotions affect his decisions. When this prince was young, I once said that I wanted to pile the corpses of all the refugees on Mount Qingliang. At that time, I was young and impetuous, so I never cared about the general trend. I always thought that I could single-handedly turn the tide and suffered a lot. The young man and young woman had unknowingly run to their side. Most of the fat boy's clothes had been destroyed by the golden water. He directly took off the clothes on his back and made a skirt. He tied it around his waist, barely covering his crotch and white buttocks. The young man looked at Zhu Junchen, who was incomparably fearful, and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you have any money or treasure?" Zhu Junchen's face stiffened as he untied the suet jade that was said to have been obtained from the top of Mount Kunlun. Unexpectedly, the young man whose chest was stained with golden water only glanced at it and was greatly disappointed. He hurriedly asked, "It has to be like that chair. It has to be golden and shiny. Otherwise, it's worthless." Zhu Junchen looked helplessly at Murong Baoding, but the latter ignored him and moved away to whisper to Hong Jingyan. Misfortune never came alone. Before one wave had subsided, another wave arose. The average-looking young woman also walked in front of Zhu Junchen and coldly threatened, "Do you have anything to eat? If not, I'll turn you into an ice corpse. A moneygrubber and a foodie." Chapter 997. Zhu Junchen, who was still the emperor of Qingkang yesterday, was at a loss. He almost begged the two children to stop torturing him. When Hong Jingyan was talking to Murong Baoding, he looked at the young man and woman who were secretly regarded as national treasures by Beimang. The qi cultivators of the Central Plains were divided into the north and south. The south was led by the Guanyin sect in the South Sea. The north was concentrated in the imperial astronomer. Any noble who dared to raise a qi cultivator, even if the Zhao family's emperor was known for his tolerance, would definitely be sentenced to death. Li Mixi had once learned that the dragon-seeking qi cultivators of the northern sect had been working for the celestial phenomenon cultivator Liu Hao all these years. But he did not know if they were helping him enter the Saint Realm or building some kind of formation in Great Peace City. There were not many qi cultivators in the northern Mang. At their peak, There were only about 100 of them. Their numbers might not even be comparable to the Guanyin sect. Now, 9 out of 10 of them were dead. This tragedy was due to Murong Baoding finding his biological brother and sister. The two of them were given the surnames of Yelu and Murong respectively. One was called Yelu Tsayin, while the other was called Murong Tsayang. They were the living knife gui bait recorded in the secret manual of the Qi cultivators. It was said that if one ate one of the two, they could either enter the heavens or the underworld. However, Murong Baoding had never believed in such things. At that time, he had offered it to his sister, the Empress of the Northern Mang. The latter had also scoffed at the Daoist talk of immortality and ascension. As for the ownership of the brother and sister, she had jokingly said to his younger brother, "If you don't take what is given to you by the heavens, you will suffer a calamity instead." She had even given it to the Orange Prefecture. The Empress had even used the power of the entire country to allow the brother and sister to become Qi cultivators of the Northern Mang by chance. Yelu Tsayin was good at controlling fire, while Murong Tsayang could make the summer river instantly form a long bridge of ice. Murong Baoding smiled and asked, "Do you think Zhong Liang can kill that young man?" Hong Jingyan said calmly, "Zhong Liang is frivolous and doesn't know how to cherish his talent. At most, his state is similar to that of the fifth raccoon. In a one-on-one battle, Zhong Liang has a high chance of winning. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that he can kill." Murong Baoding took the lead and walked to the door of the hall. "He is related to the demon Luo Yang. Don't you have any thoughts?" Hong Jingyan said something mysterious, "If I want to kill him, I'm afraid that the Orange Province will stop me." Murong Baoding laughed it off and changed the subject. "Beimang, Liang and Beiliang, a tripartite balance of power. Originally, as long as Xu Xiao did not die, the other two sides would have to obediently follow Beiliang's orders. At that time, Liang wished that the young heir apparent would die prematurely. They carried out many assassinations, hoping that Beiliang would die the second time. Later, beyond everyone's expectations, Beiliang quietly settled the general situation. Hsu Fengnian's hereditary succession could not be stopped. Then Chen Zhibao entered the capital. Following his resignation as the Minister of War, he was conferred the title of King of Western Shu. As a result, Beimang, who had been watching the fun, became anxious. Last year, they were beaten by Beiliang to the bone. There were countless civil and military officials in the northern and southern dynasties, but only the Orange Province and Dongzhuo insisted on fighting on the Western Front. They insisted on fighting head-on with the new king of Beiliang and Chen Zhibao in Western Shu. As a result, Li Mibi's spider web shifted its focus from this king and these people to Hsu Fengnian, hoping to kill the new king who no longer had Xu Xiao to rely on. At that time, Beiliang would have no leader and would be much easier to bully. Since it was more or less certain that Hsu Fengnian would not rebel, Liang's Zhao Go would have to pinch his nose and risk his life to protect Hsu Fengnian from dying at the hands of Beimang, so as to avoid missing the northwestern gateway. It was really a big joke. With Beiliang's 300,000 cavalry being used up against the southern court, and with Chen Zhibao glaring at Western Shu, it would be much more difficult to carry out the Peace Edict's plan of east-west confrontation. Even if it succeeded, according to the Peace Edict, it would cost more than 200,000 lives. Perhaps this is the power of the man called Yuan Bengxi in Great Peace City. Scholars move their mouths, and warriors die on the battlefield. In the current situation of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Beiliang doesn't move, and Beimang and Liang don't dare to act rashly. Unknowingly, 20 years of peace have been exchanged for the common people of the two dynasties. This is all thanks to Li Yishan. It's a pity that this enemy is dead, and there's no way to tell him face to face. This king has a belly full of words, and he can only nag and nag to you, Hong Jingyan. Hong Jingyan smiled. Fortunately, there's still Chu Lushan. Murong Baoding stretched out his hand and placed it on his cheek. Yes, there's still Chu Lushan. The two had already stepped through the threshold of the main hall. Looking at the somewhat lonely scene in the square, Hong Jingyan suddenly said, "Xu Yanbing secretly escorting the young king is a reasonable thing. This person's methods of intercepting and rescuing the Beiliang administrator's son at the border cannot be underestimated. If it wasn't for the Peace Edict, I really don't have the confidence to kill people in Qingkang." Since Xu Yanbing hasn't shown himself, it means that it's as I guessed before. Zhong Liang really can't kill Hsu Fengnian. First, there's the butcher Xu Xiao who doesn't want to be the emperor, Chen Zhibao who wants to settle the country through 2 battles, and then there's the traitor Chu Lushan. Now, there's the Hsu Fengnian who likes to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Beiliang really has a lot of strange people and strange things. If you ask me, Beiliang really should follow the plan of the emperor's preceptor and destroy it first. Murong Bading's words hit the nail on the head. If you don't attack the nearby Beiliang, how can you compete with Dong Zhuo for military merits? How can you be the king of the southern courtyard? Hong Jingyan also argued, is the peace edict really going to do business with Beiliang? Chapter 998. Murong Baoding laughed and said bluntly, as long as this kid agrees, and as long as you, Hong Jingyan, do not meddle, the king of the northern courtyard will be his in the future, and the king of the southern courtyard will be yours. When Beimang pacifies the world, your northern and southern courtyards will no longer be defined by the current Beimang northern and southern dynasties, but by the current Beimang Liang. Hong Jingyan, do you think he will agree? Hsu Fengnian entered the city alone as a show of sincerity. This king even traveled thousands of miles south to this land of refugees, and spared his life. His sincerity should not be small, right? Hong Jingyan said indifferently, if Hsu Fengnian can recruit hundreds of thousands of refugees, he will be able to secure his position as the king of Beiliang. Similarly, if he can tame 300,000 cavalrymen, he will be able to smoothly proclaim himself as the emperor after his majesty ascends to the heavens. But before that, if I go against his majesty, not only will I lose the Ruran military power that I just obtained, but I will also follow in Luo Yang's footsteps and be hunted down. On the surface, why don't we just follow his majesty's orders and kill Hsu Fengnian and let him accompany his father? Then, we will rely on our own abilities to fight for people, food, and territory in Beiliang. When the time comes, whoever can destroy Western Shu will be crowned as the king. Murong Baoding interrupted Hong Jingyan's words and sneered, that old woman won't be able to live for much longer. You know very well just how much the Yelu clan, the previous ruler of the northern Mang, hates her. If you don't let me take over, the Murong clan will have to take the risk of the Yelu clan digging up my ancestral graves. The old woman is very wary of this younger brother of Benwang, so of course she will have a plan after her death. But when a person dies, politics dies, just like a lamp that goes out. Without her protection, and with Benwang's illegitimate son, Li Mibi is destined to die miserably. If Tuoba Bodhisattva wants to kill this king, unless this king fights him one-on-one. Otherwise, with his ability to lead troops, this king will definitely lose in a battle of 100,000 against 100,000. But above 200,000, he will definitely die. This king and Zhong Shentong are in secret collusion. Almost everyone in Beimang knows about this fact. As the ruler of a country, what can that old woman do to the Zhong family? The Zhong family was not like the Shu family. They were ruffians who rebelled whenever they wanted. This is also the reason why he is willing to look at the Shu family in Beiliang. The chess and sword music school's Gong Luzi was silent. The changes in the square in the palace were overwhelming. It was completely beyond the imagination of Queen Yu Ruru and Maro Jiyu. First, Minister Tang died in the hands of Shu, even though he had a talisman array. Then, Second Minister Liang Zhong was extraordinarily powerful. He only used an ordinary iron spear to make the young king bleed. What happened next was even more confusing. After the third Minister of Offerings from Southern Border showed up, he did not rush to join hands with the second minister. He just casually took out a brocade pouch from his sleeve with his dark purple fingers. Then, he waved his sleeve and rolled up the peach blossoms that filled the sky, including the second minister. As a result, the 2 rows of peach trees under the palace wall became dead trees. At that time, Maro Bishan and Jiyu Feiqing knew that the essence of the talisman array was not the 2 aggressive talisman swords, but the inconspicuous poisonous peach blossoms. Maro Bishan had already fled. Jiyu Feiqing, who had always been loyal to the residents of Dragon King, did not care about etiquette. He held his breath and threw the queen outside. He risked his life to close the palace door, but just after a few steps, black blood flowed out of his chi orifice and he died. Southern Border had an immortal GU that specialized in killing immortals. This immortal was naturally not an unfettered land immortal, but one of the 3 realms of first rank. However, it was similar to many moves in the pugilistic world that were powerful but could not withstand a single blow. Although the Peach Blossom immortal GU of the Third Minister was not vulgar, it could not take the life of the demon. Instead, it was nailed to the palace wall by Zhong Liang. What was unimaginable was that the old man could actually let out a sinister laugh. He pressed his hands on the iron spear and pulled his body out of the spear inch by inch. After falling to the ground, his voice was hoarse. He sat down and said to the young man who had been watching by the side, "By the order of Master Li Yuanying, I respectfully welcome the King of Beiliang." Only then did he die with his eyes wide open. It was not the spear that took this death warrior's life, but the Peach Blossom immortal GU itself. However, Zhong Liang was not unscathed. He used his fingers to wipe away the black blood that flowed from his ears to his temples. His life was not in danger, but his cultivation was still affected. Murong Bao Ding and Hong Jingyan left the palace at this time. Zhong Liang, who had a full beard, was silently healing his injuries. Hsu Fengnian squatted in front of the old death warrior of Beiliang and closed the old man's eyes. Hsu Fengnian had seen Murong Bao Ding's picture in the Tide Listening Pavilion's secret files. After standing up, he heard this half-faced Buddha ask with a smile, "This king is accompanied by the 6th in the world, Gang Luzi. I wonder where Xu Yanbing is." Hsu Fengnian smiled and did not speak. Murong Bao Ding deliberately drew in a breath of cold air and asked meaningfully, "Did you really come to Qingkang City alone? Are you trying to use yourself as bait to catch a few big fish?" Hsu Fengnian said frankly, "Fishing is not fake, but it's my family's business. It can't be considered catching big fish. Xu Yanbing is definitely here, but I don't know where this king is, and I don't know when he will appear." Murong Bao Ding looked at the calm young man under the wall and felt a heartfelt admiration. He somewhat understood why the current Zhao family's son of heaven was in love with Chen Zhibao. In the future, when he sat in the north facing the south and ruled the world, there would be such outstanding officials standing in the imperial court. Not to mention other things, just watching them stand there and serve him was very pleasing to the eye. Murong Bao Ding laughed heartily and said, "Hsu Fengnian, you may not know this, but this king's true eldest son is Yi Yu Liu. This king can let bygones be bygones for your grievances with him." Hsu Fengnian took the crossing the river pawn from his waist and placed it in front of his eyes. He gently exhaled and purple thunderbolts rolled onto the scabbard, bouncing gently. There were 9 thunderbolts pearls on the blade. These were the treasures that he had obtained from his battle with Liu Haoshe. They could be considered priceless treasures. Hsu Fengnian looked at Murong Bao Ding and Hong Jingyan, who were standing side by side, and said something that even these 2 top experts could not understand. "I have had Wang Shenji's mentality since 800 years ago. The whole world is my enemy. I am invincible in the world." Chapter 999. Murong Bao Ding glanced at the rolling thunder on the scabbard and was a little surprised. Although martial arts were vast and there were countless unorthodox methods, as long as it was related to chi cultivators, it was considered top-notch. The young brother and sister behind him were more than familiar with this. In Beimang, there were chi cultivators who were proficient in collecting thunder and lightning. The moneygrubber boy and the foodie girl gathered together and whispered to each other. Especially the gluttonous girl, she smacked her lips and stared fixedly at the 9 genuine purple sky thunder. She was very envious. As long as she swallowed them into her stomach and nourished them for a few years, she would definitely be able to beat this annoying fatty beside her into a pig's head. Hong Jingyan's expression was still rigid. When one's martial arts realm had reached such a high level, it was nothing more than coping with changes by sticking to the status quo. Hsu Fengnian's crossing the river pawn in his left hand was out of its scabbard in an instant. The speed of the blade was so fast that the scabbard that left his palm crashed into the palace wall. Hsu Fengnian's arm followed Wang Xiu's arc formula and swung the blade down. The 9 thunder lingered and the purple clouds dazzled. Zhong Liang unceremoniously controlled the iron spear that was abandoned by Hsu Fengnian. He had been holding the spear with one hand. This time, he finally held the spear with 2 hands and took out enough attention to deal with the unsheathed blade. The spear curved horizontally. Before the sharp blade of the blade touched it, the curved tip of the spear was already pointed at Hsu Fengnian's waist. Hsu Fengnian did not deliberately change from attacking to defending. He just followed the blade with ease as if he was possessed by God and understood the wonders of the Xian finger. The tip of the blade suddenly twisted and fell faster and faster. His body was also forcefully pulled a few feet forward. The rolling blade technique was still the rolling blade technique. It was just that compared to the rolling blade technique of ordinary swordsmen, it was much more mysterious. The spear missed for no reason. Zhong Liang's eyes lit up. Borrowing the force of the curved spear, the curved body of the spear also curved. In the eyes of others, one person was following the blade and the other person was unwilling to fall behind. Therefore, the person followed the spear. At first, Murong Baoding had a smile in his eyes. He did not think highly of the kid's rolling blade technique. However, when he saw that Hsu Fengnian's bladesmanship seemed to be disorderly, but it was just right. Every blade was chopped 4 feet away from Zhong Liang's face. This somewhat surprised half-faced Buddha. Zhong Liang, who kept dodging, frowned. He was not angry that this kid was taking revenge on him for pointing the tip of the spear at his glabella. It was because he had never heard of such a ridiculous rolling blade technique. Of course, Zhong Liang did not know that there was an old swordsman from East Yu named Song Nianqing. When he went out in Jianghu for the last time, he had 14 swords and 14 moves. The only sword with a sword tassel was called Jiao Dan, which meant that he was carrying a lamp to illuminate the mountains and rivers. It was such a walking sword that he walked all the way to the side of the white-robed Luo Yang. Every time Hsu Fengnian's rolling blade finger, a purple thunder was suspended. After 9 times, he suddenly clenched his right hand. There were 9 flying swords hidden in the 9 thunder, which condensed into a formation and trapped Zhong Liang. Hsu Fengnian did not look at how the breeding demon was going to deal with it. He randomly patted the void with one hand, which was the 18 strokes of the Hu Jiao played by the blind female zither player in the battle in the rainy alley. His finger tapped on the soldiers crossing the river, which was the finger sword secret skill of the young female chi trainer on the lake of Yuyang Mountain Villa. Many of the abandoned talisman swords that were left behind in the square jumped up from the ground and stabbed fiercely at Zhong Liang with distorted trajectories. Together with the domineering Thunder Pool flying sword and the unpredictable Hu Jiao paddle, it created a magnificent scene. The 3 arcs of the arc formula formed momentum. At this time, Hsu Fengnian's 3 arcs were secretly learned from Song Nianqing, Xue Songguan, and the Qi trainer from the South Sea. They seemed to be unrelated, but they were fused together and vaguely appeared to be in the Great Grandmaster realm. Murong Baoding chuckled softly. It looks good and is quite practical, but it's a bit too messy. There's still a long way to go before returning to the original state of celestial phenomenon. Zhong Liang was exhausted dealing with the 3 arcs in the formation. It was easy to deal with the barbarian clapper that came out of nowhere. With his Vajra physique, even if he was hit by it, it would be nothing more than a flesh wound. It was just a small matter of losing face. He didn't know how the boy controlled the dozens of talisman swords, but it didn't matter. With Zhong Liang's Xian finger comprehension, he could deal with it easily. In the past, with his rare talent, he didn't even need to dodge. However, he was afraid that if he didn't dodge, he would fall into a trap. Moreover, the flying swords of the sword tomb, which were wrapped in purple thunder as clothes, were no longer close to him, a natural sword embryo. Each of the 9 kinds of sword chi had its own killing intent, which was the real trump card. The iron spear that Zhong Liang held with both hands had its spearhead cut off by the purple thunder. From the moment the guy unsheathed the saber in his left hand until now, Zhong Liang hadn't been able to fight back even once. This made the second young master of the Beimang family, who ranked relatively low among the top 10 devils but had outstanding strength, really angry. Beimang was at the top of the martial arts world, and the number of times they fought each other was far more than Liang. They never liked the martial arts fights that didn't hurt each other's feelings. If old monster Wang from the martial emperor city didn't go to Liang Jianghu to be a whetstone, the number of people in the martial arts ranking list might not even be equal to the number of people in Beimang. In Beimang, heroes didn't matter where they came from. Many people were nameless one day, and the next day, they became the distinguished guests of the general. Zhong Liang didn't rely on his identity as Zhong Shentong's younger brother to stand out in Beimang's Jianghu. He relied on being hunted and being hunted again and again. When he was young, he provoked the Dragon King, who was also one of the top 10 devils, and was hunted for nearly a month. It was because of that escape that made Zhong Liang finally become a level 1 master. The reason why Zhong Liang deliberately showed mercy before was not only because he wanted to humiliate the young king, but also because he couldn't stand the kid's attitude of not taking out his saber when he practiced. How dare he put on airs in front of Zhong Liang? Only now did he know that the young king of Beiliang had learned a variety of skills and was not inferior to him at all. After he took out his saber, his momentum was even more imposing. Zhong Liang had to restrain his contempt and treat him as an opponent that he could fight with all his strength. Zhong Liang certainly knew that the young man standing 5 feet away from him had many tricks up his sleeves. Other than the thunder-wrapped flying sword, he must have a more powerful trump card. Zhong Liang guessed that it must be the second saber on the right side of his waist. Zhong Liang had heard that Hsu Fengnian, who was once a disciple of Li Chungang, used the mind cultivation technique to cultivate his saber. On the grassland, he used his saber to kill the colorful python demon beside Tuoba Chun Sun. Zhong Liang dealt with the talisman swords that were undulating with the rhythm of Hsu Fengnian's rhythm. Of course, there was the more troublesome purple thunder sword formation. When Hsu Fengnian made a move, Zhong Liang countered it. It seemed complicated and long, but in fact, it only took a few blinks of an eye for the talisman swords to be broken and fell to the ground. Zhong Liang's iron spear had also been cut by more than half, and the spear had become a long saber. Fortunately, Zhong Liang's talent was so high that no matter what he learned, he could easily go further than many famous experts who studied for their entire lives. The broken spear in his hand knocked against the purple thunder flying sword. The sound was loud and clear, like the sound of a 1,000-pound bell. It could be heard clearly outside the residence of Dragon King. Every time the spear knocked against the sword, Zhong Liang's perception of each thunder flying sword increased. When the expressionless young man holding the saber finally moved his right hand, Zhong Liang's pupils shrank. He knew that the saber in his right hand was about to be unsheathed. The outsiders, Murong Baoding and Hong Jingyan, sighed softly almost at the same time. Hsu Fengnian was indeed holding the hilt of Shodong's saber in his right hand. However, the one who made the move was not Shodong, but the scabbard crossing the river pawn. Hsu Fengnian's palm was split open, and blood splattered everywhere. It was obvious that the crossing the river pawn was so fast that even Hsu Fengnian, who was holding the saber, could not control it. Outside the Shunwu city, a person who was far away in the martial emperor city borrowed a sword. Hsu Fengnian decisively gave him the sword. At the last moment of life and death, he killed Han Shengxian, the cat that was known as the land immortal, Han Wudi. Chapter 1000. This time, Hsu Fengnian returned the sword to the old man surnamed Sui. This time, he returned the scabbard to the soldier who had crossed the river. Otherwise, with Hsu Fengnian's spiritual foundation, he would have been able to cultivate the one-sleeve azure dragon. He would not have only used the rolling knife technique, which was born from Song Nianqing's shining guts sword technique, to fight against Zhong Liang. Everything was just an extremely sinister smokescreen to pave the way for returning the sword. In the soul-stirring trap outside the Shunwu city, the famous sword Spring and Autumn was only a foot away from the human cat's heart. The further the person who borrowed the sword was, the more powerful it would be. However, Zhong Liang was not the mysterious celestial phenomenon of Death Hand Shengxian. This time, when the sword returned to the scabbard, it still directly penetrated the chest of this Beimang demon. It was just that he did not die on the spot. The third consecrator pulled out the iron spear with his body forward. Zhong Liang directly passed through the scabbard of the soldier who had crossed the river and crashed into the palace wall to escape. Hsu Fengnian did not chase after him. He only looked at the dead Beiliang spy sitting on the ground. It could be considered that he had avenged the old man's hatred for the spear. Murong Baoding said regretfully, With Zhongliang's ability, he should have fought with all his strength from the beginning. How could he be in such a difficult situation? His talent is really high. Before Luo Yang, he was the fastest person in Beimang to enter the Finger Mysterious Realm from the Vajra realm. He was even faster than Li Chungang from Liyang. This is a great thing, but also a great thing. The Vajra realm is naturally not as invulnerable as other martial artists who have been stuck in this realm for many years. Zhongliang was lucky that as the immortal sword embryo, he was able to sense the danger before the scabbard blade from the sword way pierced his heart. This was why he was able to avoid the fate of being stabbed to the heart. Unfortunately, he was lucky enough to avoid this blade. However, he could not avoid Xu Yanbing, who came with the instant spear. Hong Jingyan hesitated and was about to step forward. Murong Baoding laughed softly. Have you thought it through? Do I really have to save Zhongliang from Xu Yanbing's hands so that I can express my goodwill to this king's sister? Don't regret it. Hong Jingyan asked in return, if Hong Jingyan could hide the secret of the military edict from His Majesty, why couldn't the military edict wait for Hong Jingyan's plan before acting? Murong Baoding didn't say anything and just shook his head. The two of them parted ways. As soon as Hong Jingyan left the palace, Murong Baoding muttered to himself, if I don't dare to gamble, how can I take it? Murong Baoding raised his voice and said to Hsu Fengnian with a smile, this is Gang Lozi. Don't be fooled by his high cultivation level. In this king's eyes, he is far inferior to you. Just now, this king even promised to divide the king of the north and south courtyards with you. Now, it seems like he is really humiliating you, Hsu Fengnian. Hsu Fengnian took a deep breath and absorbed the 9 purple thunder. He then controlled his qi to take back the soldier of crossing the river that was still in its sheath. He shook it casually and shook off the blood of Zhong Liang on the sheath. He asked with a smile, if you were to face this blade, what would the result be? There was no tense atmosphere between the two of them. Murong Baoding sat lazily on the steps and laughed. This king can predict that blade, but he probably won't be able to dodge it. However, even if your blade hits this king's chest, you won't be able to pierce it. It's not that this king is looking down on you. In fact, only Wang Xianji and Tuoba Bodhisattva can do it with their bare hands. Enji Tai's sword can also do it. As for the others, the difficulty is not small. Oh right, there's also Li Xiaoshan with the King Kong glare. So even if Hong Jingyan went crazy and turned around to kill this king won't take it seriously. He will just leisurely run back to Beimang. Who knows, he might even be able to chat with you guys. The martial arts evaluation released by Beimang asserted that as long as Wang Xianji was willing to join forces with Tuoba Bodhisattva, they could kill all 8 people behind them. No matter how much the world discussed, there was no way to know what these 8 people were thinking. At this time, there were 2 people in the residence of Dragon King. One was the 6th in the world, while the other was the 8th. They had a drink and chat on their journey to the south. Hong Jingyan, who stood at a higher position, admitted this, but Murong Baoding denied it. However, the reason why he denied it was not because he was conceited about his cultivation, but because he felt that Enji Tai, who was going to visit immortals after borrowing the sword, would have a chance to surpass Tuoba Bodhisattva's realm and be on equal footing with Wang Xianji. Hsu Fengnian asked, even Xu Yanbing's instant spear can't do it? Murong Baoding thought about it seriously and said, firstly, this king's true strength is unknown. Secondly, if he says that he can't do it, you will only think that he is bragging. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, if Xu Yanbing doesn't want to fight with you, there will naturally be someone else who will. Murong Baoding said in a low voice, no room for discussion. Do we have to fight and kill? Hsu Fengnian shook his head and said, when Xu Xiao was alive, he was too lazy to pay attention to you guys. In this life, I will not do business with Beimang. Murong Baoding stood up with a face full of regret. He stretched and said, it turns out that you are much more stupid than this king thought. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, I'll return the same words to you. The spy leader of Qing Kang was actually a pawn planted by Beimang. After lying to Zhu Junchen about the military situation, he had already disappeared. He said that Hsu Fengnian had entered the land of refugees alone and that Beiliang did not have a large army. In fact, he was only half right. Other than the young king of Beiliang, who was supposed to be the son of a rich family, there was also a mighty cavalry of 1,000 men. However, there were less than 100 men in armor. The remaining 800 to 900 men were wearing kasayas. Their bald heads were very eye-catching. It was actually a scene of a large group of monks heading west. There was only one carriage. Nearby, there was a huge black tiger running around. From time to time, it would stop and turn its head, waiting for the carriage. The cavalry on both sides were all heavily armored. Even the ignorant and inexperienced people in the land of refugees could tell at a glance that this was the Longxiong army that had destroyed 3 important towns of Beimang last year. They were the elites of Beiliang's elite cavalry. It was the 30,000 dragon elephant cavalry that had trampled half of Gusai state into pieces. Who in the southern court was not afraid of the black-clothed youth's invincibility? Beiliang had always been close to Buddhism, especially after the Liang imperial court destroyed Buddhism. Countless monks fled to Beiliang Taoism, which seemed to be the only worry-free pure land left in the world. Then, the new king of Beiliang suddenly ordered all the monks in Liangju to enter the land of refugees to preach Buddhism. He also promised that there would be armored cavalry to protect them. Most of the foreign monks were afraid that they had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. For a while, they took a wait-and-see attitude. Fortunately, the king of Beiliang did not make things difficult for them. He only ordered the 600 local monks in Liangju to gather and head west without any resistance. However, there were more than 300 foreign monks who still had the idea that if they did not go to hell, they would die. In addition to Liangju, there were also monks from Yuling and Liangju who set off quickly. Many monks who chose to give up the risk regretted when they learned that the Black Tiger, who had listened to the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen scripture, was also in the cavalry. Many monks who were familiar with the ways of the world wanted to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. They tried to secretly follow the cavalry, but they were mercilessly driven back to Liangju by the border cavalry. After the Beimang spy Taoist Qing Huai, who had been dormant in Qingrong Temple for many years, was killed by Beiliang's falcons, monk Huang Deng, who was a famous monk in Gangnam-do, witnessed the death of the old Taoist with his own eyes. The old monk Huang Deng became the new abbot of Qingrong Temple. This time, the new king of Liang ordered the monks to go west to the land of refugees. The old monk Huang Deng was the first monk to take the initiative to go to Liangju, and he was also the most famous one among them. Therefore, monk Huang Deng was specially allowed to ride in the carriage by Beiliang, which was a great honor. However, the old monk Huang Deng seemed to be a little restless along the way. He was not an old monk who bowed in front of the powerful. Monk Huang Deng was known for his teachings in Gangnam-do. Even when facing the honorable provincial governor, he was treated the same as a peddler. The reason why the old monk Huang Deng was uncomfortable was that the younger brother of the new king of Liang was sitting in the carriage. It was Xu Longxiang, who had massacred the city and killed the surrendered soldiers at the border last year. If that was all, the monk would not be so restrained. The main reason was that this prince was not barefoot and dressed in black like before. Instead, he was wrapped in an extremely strange bright red armor, revealing only his eyes. The carriage was filled with murderous intent. Monk Huang Deng, who was known for his Buddhist aura, was pitiful. Some distance away from Qingcang City, a falcon was hovering at a low altitude. Hearing the sound, the talisman armor suddenly stood up and left the carriage. The young man in armor began to run wildly. Before the red armor entered the residence of Dragon King, which was located at the westernmost position, it had smashed the entire Qingcang City in a straight line. The Great Vaja Realm against the Great Vaja Realm. Chapter 1001. As soon as Zhong Liang broke through the wall, someone immediately broke through the wall and came over. Moreover, this guy was dressed in bright red. The key point was that he looked like a very valuable family property. This made the money-grubbing young man widen his eyes in envy. He felt that if he had this outfit, he would be very impressive. The foodie girl, who was more talented than her brother, was no exception. She hid behind Murong Baoding and stuck her head out, staring intently. At this time, Murong Bading's heart was more ridiculous than angry. Did this Shu guy just use an armor to send him away? He had heard that there was a talisman general armor among the 4 grandmasters of Li Yang. He was a good-for-nothing who had been skinned alive. Murong Baoding had always been prejudiced against these so-called masters who used external objects to abuse their power. He looked at Hsu Fengnian with a gloomy face and said, "This king has already been rejected by Hong Jingyan once. This king's patience is running out. Hsu Fengnian, I advise you not to take advantage of him. Be careful that you don't become the second Zhu Junchen." Hsu Fengnian seemed to be in a good mood. He walked to the side of the red armor and patted it here and there. He seemed to be relieved. He turned his head and smiled at half-faced Buddha. "Murong Baoding, don't think too highly of yourself. Who are you trying to scare by calling him this king? This is not Orange Province, and you haven't become the Emperor of Beimang. As for me, thanks to my father, I've seen the Emperor of Liyang, the Empress of Beimang, and the vassal kings of Liyang. I've also seen many of the top 10 people in the world who are better than you in the martial arts evaluation. They don't seem to be as arrogant as you. Therefore, you should speak as arrogantly as you can." Murong Baoding put on a fake smile and twitched his lips, revealing a strong murderous intent. Talisman General Xu Longxiang looked at his brother. The latter nodded, indicating that he should play freely. Since One Cut Willow was Murong Baoding's illegitimate son, he should treat it as the father paying the son's debt. Xu Longxiang turned to face Murong Baoding. He didn't know if it was because of the talisman armor's tight concealment or if it was just a bluff, but Murong Baoding didn't feel any abundant qi flow. This made the governor, who had high vision, very puzzled. Where did Hsu Fengnian come up with such a joke? Wasn't he afraid of disgrace? Murong Baoding only knew that Xu Xiao's youngest son was born with a Vajra. He was barefoot and dressed in black. He led the cavalry of Dragon and Elephant and bullied the 3 military towns of Gentleman's Hall. They were like 3 virgins who had no power to fight back. His son's exquisite murderous sword qi couldn't kill him. Naturally, the governor of Orange Province didn't expect that Hsu Fengnian would make an unnecessary move and let his younger brother wear the talisman General Red Armor. Xu Longxiang's 5 fingers stretched and clenched into a fist. His body moved and he instantly punched Murong Baoding's chest. The qi flow was vast and mighty, and the square shook. Although Murong Baoding's body only swayed slightly and seemed to be motionless, the invisible mirror between Xu Longxiang and the governor rippled violently. The 2 palace walls on the edge of the mirror were torn apart, and the peach trees near the foot of the wall were crushed into powder in an instant. Murong Baoding stretched out his hand and rubbed Murong Tsayang's head behind him. The girl knew the severity of the situation and immediately retreated to the throne room with Yelu Tsayin. After Xu Longxiang punched, his body swept back and returned to his original position. He crossed his arms over his chest. This posture clearly showed that he wanted Murong Baoding to punch him back. He didn't dodge. Murong Baoding said, "Oh, so it's Huang Man from the Xu family who was born with divine strength. No wonder, no wonder." Hsu Fengnian gently slapped Huang Man head and laughed angrily. "He's the 8th most powerful person in the world, Murong half-faced Buddha. Why are you being so polite with him? 1 punch each. Treat it as playing house and beat him up with all your might. This guy's ranking isn't high among the 10, but his ability to take a beating is outstanding. His killing power isn't good, and is much worse than NG Tai and Han Shengxian. If it were any other of the 10 most powerful people in the world, I wouldn't be at ease. But since it's Murong Baoding, it doesn't matter. Brother can verify if there are any flaws in the talisman armor that the Mo family's great son carefully crafted." Hsu Fengnian looked at Huang Man-er's eyes and glared, "You're not allowed to take off your armor." Murong Baoding walked down the steps and mocked himself. "You 2 brothers really don't take this king seriously." Hsu Fengnian covered his hands with his sleeves and hid far away at the foot of the wall. He squatted beside the old consecrator's corpse. Murong Baoding didn't finish walking down the steps. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and casually pushed Xu Longxiang's head, which was covered with the talisman armor. Xu Longxiang was sent flying. Not only did he smash through the palace gate, there was also a deafening shattering sound coming from the other side of the city gate. Murong Baoding's body was suspended in the air for a moment before he floated down like a feather landing on the ground. This light feather actually crushed the solid bricks. Murong Baoding had just landed when a scarlet rainbow returned. This time, it was Murong Bading's turn to fly back dozens of feet. In the blink of an eye, Murong Baoding took a step forward and punched out with his left fist. Xu Longxiang's right fist collided with his. The astral qi rushed over, and Hsu Fengnian had no choice but to extend his arm in front of the old spy, Beiliang, to protect him. Then, the two great Vajra realm martial artists fought with their left and right fists respectively. They were like two barbaric bulls wrestling. They didn't have the demeanor of an expert, but their aura was extraordinarily powerful. Murong Baoding roared angrily. His entire face was glowing with golden light. He pushed Xu Longxiang a few feet away and kicked him. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. Xu Longxiang bent down and wrapped his hands around the leg of the half-faced Buddha. He twisted his waist and forcefully pulled Murong Baoding out of the ground like a radish. He spun one round and threw it out, smashing half of the palace wall. Xu Longxiang leaped up and stomped on Murong Baoding's head. The latter slapped with one hand, and his body was like a tornado. He whipped his leg and smashed Xu Longxiang into the palace wall on Hsu Fengnian's side. Just like that, the two palace walls were destroyed in half. Xu Longxiang stood up from the dust and slapped his palm on the chest of the talisman armor. His qi flowed in layers and dispelled the accumulated dust on the talisman armor. The red armor was still bright and didn't have any flaws. Hsu Fengnian grinned happily. For the past half a year, the group of old men in the machinery bureau was only one step away from being forced to hang themselves by him. Even the two great masters of Mo, who used to be easy to talk to, didn't give him any face. Later on, whenever they heard that he had come to the machinery bureau, they would simply use the lame excuse of seclusion to hide. Otherwise, they would say that they were old and their backs were sore and their legs were cramping. Hsu Fengnian just had to shamelessly argue with these old men to see who was more shameless. Fortunately, this talisman armor, which involved materials, Taoist talismans, Buddhist incantations, and other vast problems, was finally completed on time. In fact, later on, the old men were addicted to studying it. When Hsu Fengnian said that he wanted to take it out for a walk, the two great masters of Mo looked at him with resentment as if he had stolen their wives. They even threatened to fight the king of Beiliang to the death if it was damaged in the slightest. Fortunately, Hsu Fengnian threw out a huge bait. He said that no matter how much manpower, material, and financial resources Beiliang had to build the talisman armor to the level where it could withstand heavenly thunder. He even provoked them by asking if they dared to go against heaven's will. This made the eyes of a large group of old men immediately light up. They turned around and ran to draw the blueprint. They really ran, the kind where they ran away like a wisp of smoke. Hsu Fengnian looked up and saw that the throne room was still fine. The palace walls had already disappeared, but Huang Mana had somehow wrapped his hands around Murong Baoding's head and tucked it under his armpit. The two of them bumped into each other like this. After they bumped into the palace walls, they went to find trouble with the palace walls. Hsu Fengnian returned the favor. After he broke free, he grabbed Huang Mana's ankle and used the talisman armor as a knife to cut rice paper, cutting a gully in the middle of the palace walls. Huang Mana did not fall behind. He stepped on Murong Baoding's chest in the air and kicked the half-faced Buddha, who was known as the Removable Wisdom King, to stagger. Then, the two of them began to fight back and forth, punching each other's heads. After each punch, the talisman armor and the half-faced Buddha were unharmed, but the ground under their feet cracked inch by inch. Huang Mana was still fine. He had the talisman armor on him, so he did not appear to be in a difficult situation. However, Murong Baoding's clothes were already in rags and he looked like an old beggar. He did not have the slightest bit of the bearing of a Beimang military commander.